Jammer's cloaking shield is absorbing whatever you throw at it. Try overloading the shield with a blast of energy.
I took care of the jammer.
Good. Get back up here so we can look for the next one. Scanning for the next jammer. We're heading to its location. Probably don't know this, but I was chasing you the day of the blast. Tried to stop you from opening the package. If I had been a minute faster, we wouldn't even be here.
So what happened?
Lost me when you ran a red light. Amazing, isn't it? One red light, look what happens. So, what's your plan for getting out of the city?
Hell if I know.
Well, you better come up with something. If you think they're gonna let someone as powerful as you just run around, you better think again.
I appreciate the concern, but I'm not really worried about it.
You should be worried. Very.
That's great. No wonder.
So, what's your plan for getting out of the city?
Hell if I know.
Well, you better come up with something. If you think they're gonna let someone as powerful as you just run around, you better think again.
I appreciate the concern, but I'm not really worried about it.
You should be worried. Very worried. You think they're not gonna try and recreate the ray sphere? I gave them copies of every schematic I could get my hands on. But even if that fails, they still have you. Their own personal WMD. My guess is that they'll capture you and lock you up, only letting you out when they need somebody wiped off the map.
Well, at least I'm good for something.
Go find the jammer.
Out of his fingers, but I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot because of some 3 shots. With a 2 shot, it's certainly. and within one, they are subdued. So it's like, bro, how are we just tanking these? It doesn't make any sense. It's actually kind of terrifying. I didn't even know it was 7 o'clock already. Or not 7, but 6. I ran right into that. Urgh. That's why I didn't even notice that my stream went offline. This is the okay. Hold on. What's going on? I don't know if the last 10 minutes was showing, and I pray to God it was. Because, oh my God, that would suck. Here goes BS iPad again. Where, oh yeah. So this is going to be a bit of a schedule update for the next week. I may not be able to stream, and if I am able to stream, I'll give you guys another schedule update. My schedule is going to be very erratic because I can't maintain the same number. I can maintain the same number of shifts possible.
back to the chopper. We need to keep moving.
That's the easiest way to figure out what just walk around holding L2.
Only one location left.
No, literally. What am I supposed to do about that? I got boomed off, literally.
Only one location left.
As far as I'm concerned, you killed Trish. If you hadn't taken off with Kessler, she'd still be alive, and we'd be out of this damn city.
What do you want me to say? That I'm sorry?
I don't want you to say anything. I want you to disappear. Because if I find you, things are gonna get ugly.
The last jammer is somewhere in the garage, but I can't pinpoint its location. You're gonna have to head down there and find it.
jammer. It's out of the picture.
I need to get some things ready before we go after the Ray Sphere. So try and get some sleep. When we make our move, Kessler's going to hit us with everything he's got.
Don't you worry. I'll be ready.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna say you could have at least got up like somewhere. Could have went to a place, but I can't. Oh, super very good. I can't. Cannot walk. I can't walk. Yes, he punch. Yes. Contact to be at work. The homie died. Died. Who died alone?
After weeks of around-the-clock research, the CDC just announced that it has developed a cure for the Empire City Plague. Side effects are said to be quite mild, and the vaccine has a 99% success rate. Officials went on to say the distribution of the cure, administered by a single shot, will begin tomorrow. The hope is that the quarantine will be lifted within 1 to 2 weeks, an event that could include a memorial ceremony on Stampton Bridge.
They couldn't explain the deaths of tens upon thousands of people's deaths. So they was like, oh, really, really bad plague got released. No, seriously, classic though. Because that is the very same thing that I was we would never know that there was a terrorist weapon that would be able to consume the vile electricity of millions or just thousands and create or concentrate all that power in one person creating a whole new community. Alright, we're being real here. I don't know how to get that. But like if all that did, bro, actually I'm pretty sure Infamous Second Son takes place quite a few years after the first few conduits going down, and everybody was like popping up with powers and whatnot. Some randomly probably popped up with powers.
It looks like
and
Kessler's keeping the ray sphere in the old examiner building. Gonna be a bitch getting to it though. 78 seconds.
So what's the plan?
I've got a canister of fentanyl rigged to the bottom of the chopper, sure to incapacitate everyone inside. Unfortunately, Kessler's got anti-air guns on the surrounding buildings, and they'll tear me apart long before I get into position. 57 seconds.
So I take out the guns, you gas those bastards, and we go in and get the sphere?
Exactly. Now we only get one shot at this, so get over there and destroy those guns.
See those jets, Cole? They're hitting targets all across the city, preparing the way for a ground invasion. I warned you that if I lost control, they'd escalate things. You shouldn't have reneged on our deal.
You're not pinning this on me, Moya.
I already have.
I don't have enough fentanyl to make another bomb, so this is our only chance. Take out those guns before they blow me out of the sky. Taking fire, Cole. Destroy those guns. That's the last of them. Now get away from the building. I don't want you breathing in this crap.
Now get away from the building.
Damn it. We weren't fast enough. They loaded the ray sphere onto a truck. Now I'm gonna keep them in my sights. You follow as quickly as you can. Get it in gear. Come on, Cole, you've got to move. to let out. They're getting away. Move it! They've got a boat inbound. Probably trying to take advantage of the fact that water will kill you. I've got fuel leaking all over the place, so you've got to catch up to us or we're going to lose the sphere again.
Dang. I didn't even see him.
Out of my way. Yeah, bring it on.
No iframes. No iframes whatsoever.
And gas grenades. Out of my way.
This thing's running on vapor, so I gotta put it down. Get your ass down there and stop them. I'll follow you on foot as soon as I can. This thing's running on vapor, so I gotta put it down. Get your ass down there and stop them. I'll follow you on foot as soon as I can. Their boat's only a few minutes out. Hurry up!
You know, I had that thing in my hands once. Kessler asked me to hold it while he adjusted some cables during a test. I could feel it pulsing, like something was inside it trying to get out. It's not right.
And everyone wants it.
That big lightning strike of yours should destroy its protective container. Then we can blow the sphere sky high.
How many lives has that thing destroyed? Corrupted? I can't risk it falling into the wrong hands. But it gave me powers once before. If I use it again, it could make me twice as strong. And then no one would dare challenge me.
I gotta look this up because I think actually activating the race here would give you something. Question as to whether it's worth it or not. I get more hours. I doubt it.
Trish's crumpled body flashes through my head. I think of Amy, Zeke, and I hit that sphere with everything I've got. But something goes wrong. The race field cracks open, creating a vortex of energy. John's pulled in, and it tears him apart. And I run. John and the race sphere are gone, reduced to ashes. Nothing went according to plan. At least the race sphere is out of the picture.
I'm disappointed, Cole. The ray sphere was the catalyst of your powers, and it could have strengthened you even more, but you rejected it. I, for one, wouldn't have done the same thing.
Yeah, well, I'm not like you. It took me a while, but I finally realized that this isn't about me, about what I want. Not anymore. It's about keeping this city safe. And once you're dead, no one will ever threaten it again.
That remains to be seen. Meet me at the Staten building.
that you weren't gonna live through the blast. But you were fine. More than fine, actually.
I remember your voice now. You were there after the bomb went off.
I've always been there, Cole. Every step of your life. Your mother is ashamed of you. She lies, tells people you're a teacher. No one respects a fucking teacher. You're weak, a failure. All of this has been for nothing.
Get your hands off of him! Go! Make a run for it! I'll take care of this gas bag.
This doesn't concern you, fat man.
Ah!
No one is gonna save you this time.
You'd be so glib when I ran my foot up your ass.
This is nothing, Cole. What's
Holy
coming
crap.
is much money.
Oh. He knows I'm trying to heal. Oh man. How much XP do I have? No. No. I can't use anything that's like crazy. And I can't upgrade anything else. I'm literally 100 short.
not going anywhere.
I don't like how they grab me. Grabbing me by my neck. So, yeah, I would look at I just got Kessler.
You're not going anywhere.
Interrupt all of his. God dang, you do not have to throw me that hard. Why did I jump? Hold on, cause now I gotta move. Oh my god, no. That was almost GG's for me. I almost fell. Oh my god, that hurt. That that felt like I had somehow crippled myself. I'm not even joking. That hurt that bad. I laid down on
You're not going anywhere.
the bombs are literally
You're not going anywhere.
Bro. That's not doing anything. direction me, bro.
You're not going anywhere.
This is I don't
daughter he never had. Did you know that? He couldn't wait for you to marry her. Run, son of a bitch. going anywhere.
That is okay. I should be good.
I looked down at Kessler, reveling in my victory. And then I heard him whisper, "Trish, I love you. Please forgive me." Then he was on me, fingers digging into my face. As Kessler's secrets played out in my head, I finally began to understand. I saw his nemesis, a beast intent on extinguishing all life. In those early days, Kessler could have used his powers to stop it, but instead he fled with his family, leaving others to fend for themselves. Hunted for years, Kessler and his family watched as the rest of the world went to hell. And then it was too late. Too late to fight. Too late to save anyone. In that moment of failure and grief, he used his newest and most dangerous power. He went on a one-way trip back in time, attempting to rewrite history. Kessler seized control of the First Sons and accelerated the Ray Sphere's development. Decades spent plotting the blast, organizing the quarantine, finding me. Yet the thing that drove him forward, Kessler's sole link to the past, was a picture from his wedding day, when he married Trish, with Zeke as his best man. My brain lurched, unable to accept that Kessler and I were the same person. That he'd come back in time to mold me into the savior he failed to be, going so far as to kill the woman he loved, I loved, so that I wouldn't be tied down by emotions. No, Kessler wanted me strong, ruthless, so that when I faced the beast, I'd be capable of making impossible decisions, all for the common good. And then Kessler fell back, dead. His final message, my final message, burned into my brain. I take one last look down at myself, my future self, and turn away, the rage curdling inside. I hate everything about Kessler, but when the time comes, I will be ready.
Alright, it's the copyrighted song, so I'm trying to figure out how to skip this. Just give me a second. Yeah, so there is no way to skip these credits. And if I want my data to be saved, I have to sit through this. Okay, it's over. What? Oh wait, I muted the thing. Oops. Okay, game audio's back.
First Sons are moving a tar truck over there. You should go destroy it.
Oh my god, my leg. Is this better? Switch him down, nephew. Nephew. You missed the final boss fight, by the way. Very tedious. Very, very tedious. And I think I died like 11 times. I mean, it's a good game. I wanted to beat the game, and I'm literally about to get the second one. And the second one has a DLC that was a standalone DLC, like how what's a good example? Yeah, I ain't got no examples. Basically, the DLC is like a separate game. Oh, like Spider-Man and Miles Morales. The Miles Morales storyline was so short that it was basically a standalone DLC. Wait. And I got the heroes ending.
Cole, pull some moves, man. Let me catch you in action.
Climb the marked building. Oh, you want me to be a monkey? Got it. World Star.
Yeah, keep it up. Just need a few more picks. Awesome. Just need a couple more pictures. Yeah, keep it up. Just need a few more picks.
I don't like that freeze frame.
Yeah, keep it up. Just need a few more picks.
Rain. Hell. If I liberate one island, which I'm already halfway done with this one, I'll consider
Looks
it done.
like you hid something around here.
And when I say it, I mean like I'll consider the game basically 100%. I do not want to sit here and try and 100% this entire game. That's 3 islands, over 170 blast shards I need to collect. More dead drops. Yeah, no, I'm good. I could do all the side quests. I have no issue with doing side quests. But them blast shards, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm straight. You actively gotta look for them dead drops, bro. I mean, not dead drops.
So that she could meet with some older man. Don't know his name, and Sasha made it clear she wanted the meet kept a secret. As for the Warren, it's even worse than I had imagined. Homeless people everywhere, people starving, buildings on the verge of falling down. Someone needs to take a bulldozer to that place.
One more ledge up, and it's right here. Awesome. Just need a couple more pictures. Yeah, I fought the guy right over here too. Just learned today that he does this thing where if you try to run out of the arena, he'll grab you with lightning. Yeah, that's my thing. Lightning is my thing. He'll grab you with lightning and yank you back into the arena. I didn't know that. Where is it? It's right here.
Background information. According to the group's official history, research surged ahead and numerous breakthroughs were achieved under Tate's leadership. Side note, no evidence remains of any specific breakthroughs. Repeated requests to witness anything created during this era were denied. End side note. After Tate's death, the First Sons formally designated Empire City as their base of operations.
My men just rescued some people who've been infected. Their only chance is if you get them to the med station before the poison kills them.
What? The only thing I hate about this mission in particular, walking wounded, they'll start dropping at random times, and you won't even notice it.
Please don't hurt me.
Hey, Harms. All of the EMTs are dead.
Damn it. All right, get them away from there. I've got some men who will meet you.
Bruh. That's what I was trying to get. Excuse me. Oh God. He won't attack unless he gets close to me. Yeah, I know. You typing
There's a
out
big
soundboard
fight
noises?
brewing between the Dustmen and the First Sons. Normally, I'd gladly sit back and watch those idiots beat the hell out of each other, but there are too many innocent people around there. Put a stop to the fight.
There's one really amazing way to clear out this whole area. Just sit back and watch and take care of the remainder. Don't gotta do a thing. Hey man, I'm enjoying the scenery. I ain't got nothing. See, look. And for one of them dying, I get 25 XP. Did I do anything? No. They really bumping him though. One thing I will do is get rid of these annoying drones. I hate them. I actually have to take out this conduit because there are no more conduits to take him out, so don't join the battle till your hand is forced. Am I tripping or was that a Wilhelm scream? Easy. Got a new power, no idea what it is. And no, it doesn't use energy. Nice. If you want, Simba, I can go back and reload an earlier save and go fight Kessler again, but do the evil version because I already did the good version. There is a choice right before the boss fight. Oh crap. There is a choice right before the boss fight that'll make me more powerful, which makes beating him easier. And it'll make me completely evil. Permanently. I got you. Appreciate it. Get off my roof.
Cole, this is Harms. There's another group of people marching through the streets. Keep an eye on them. Get up high and watch for snipers. My guys have the ground covered.
Guys, it's time to boogie. I blew myself up. Jesus. Electrocution. Excuse me. Electrocution. Death. Explosion.
Thanks, Cole. You're one of the good ones.
A bunch of First Sons took my medical supplies. They ran over that way.
Forget your medical supplies. I see a blast shard. Well, that's gone.
Thanks. I could save a lot of lives with these supplies.
A major blow against the forces of tyranny was struck today as heroic soldiers attacked and destroyed a terrorist-related broadcast facility operating within Empire City. Acting on a tip from a concerned citizen, the soldiers not only destroyed the terrorist broadcasting equipment, they also uncovered evidence that a major terrorist attack was in the final planning stages. Had this attack been carried out, it would have resulted in catastrophic loss of life. I think I speak for all Americans when I extend my heartfelt thanks to the brave forces waging an endless war against this country's foes.
I ain't trying to hear all that. Time to ride the train.
We rigged up another bus, and we need you to escort it to the hospital.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh god, not one of these. I need to see this guy. Or this guy. Guess I can just walk away.
We need your help to get the trains rolling again. The First Sons have been patrolling the tracks a lot, so watch out.
Dying from riding on top of the train. Some legendary stuff, man.
Found a First Son stronghold. Smoke them out.
It's always a stray bullet.
Feds dropped some more medical supplies, but they landed on that roof. Could you knock them down?
Oh boy.
A romantic relationship has formed between Sasha and Kessler. Although it largely appears to be on the level, occasionally Sasha will mutter that Kessler isn't doing as he's told, or that she doesn't understand why he's different. She's clearly referencing something beyond the usual power dynamics present in any relationship.
I think that's a little more than a concussion, but at the very baseline, yeah, concussed. All right. Rebooting. You gotta get this to work. We'll see if it can work. And if it doesn't, I mean, oh well, question mark. It really should be all over. My trigger thing be itching. Where I go? Can't be using a mania. Doing some quick looking, trying to see how much money I got in my wallet. Digital wallet, not physical. Yeah, that's dead. They brought back the crew. Nice. Might be worth looking into. Street Fighter, Guilty Gear. She guilty on my gear till I strive. I don't think I could do it from my phone. Ugh, I gotta do it from my computer. Oh my god. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. Oh, let's see. Okay. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12. What the? Maybe I. Well, I need this open. So. Mm, 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 mm. Yikes. That's not a, no, that's not a code. Get a 35% off with discount code 2025. Click the copy code. Yeah, that's not working. What? I'm just trying to see what works. I don't really care as long as it gets me to save money. Nope. Let me try the other one. 10-digit. That makes no sense. Yeah, nah. Okay, I'm spending at 17. Let's see if I can remember my email and password. Never mind, the computer remembered it for me. Where's my phone? I'm trying to find a promo code to help me save some money because I'm poor. Extremely poor. Also, you can't take the code because there is no code. I can't find one. It's for some reason it's telling me to find a 12-digit one. It's only accepting 10-digit ones, and all the current ones are 12 digits. So that doesn't work. Maybe I have to do it from. I think I might have logged into the wrong account, which will be bad because I actually, in that case, I don't remember my email. Chat, am I cooked? I think this is the right one. Okay, cutting feed real quick because I don't want my card information to be shown. There may not be enough free space on the system to download and install. We can by redeeming a PlayStation Store voucher. Play.st/top up. Okay. Let's hope this works. I want to add funds. I already know how to add funds. Cool. Oh, I was just on the wrong one. Got it. Let's hope this is the right account, because if it's not, I'm really going to be screwed. Meanwhile, since I can't download everything, I might as well go back and delete. I don't have to delete, well, I can delete Metal Gear Solid since I beat the game already. I wouldn't want to play it again for quite some time, actually. I'm obviously going to get rid of this because until I buy the actual game, I'm not going to need to do anything with it. It still didn't delete it, but okay. I might have to turn on my PlayStation 5 and add the funds from my 5 instead of trying to do it from online. Because it's not working. Yep. My God. I hate doing this. Okay. Oh my God, that hurt. Okay, finally it worked. So, I'm trying to get all this together, and it is, by God, it is taking forever. I can't get the funds to be transferred over uh online. I tried it like 3 different times just to see and make sure that it wasn't working. I tried it again. I tried to do it through my phone. It doesn't work. So gotta switch over to the PlayStation 5. I gotta find my blue and purple pearlescent controller. My favorite controller. I paid $50 for this thing. Look. My teachers, one of my first teachers for nursing school sitting at the table. She said that this lady came to her the other day and said, "Who was that young man that think my internet might be struggling a little bit. I might switch over to my PlayStation 5. That's not even on. But I might switch consoles, probably switch over to the Switch real quick, play some of that, maybe get an hour of The Legend of Zelda in, if that's what y'all, but if that's really what we can get to. Oh, I got five again. It's crazy how I start talking, I get five people again. We trying to get Infamous 2 to download, but it's telling me that about to be a good hour and 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 60, 70, 80, 90, 40 minutes. That's still a long time. That is still a really long time. And for this to be counting down like this is mildly concerning because I don't have, unless, nah, because even then, I didn't have to download a disc game. And even then, if that is the case, I could just go back and delete all data except for one. And I only have 3 saves on Infamous. I don't play the DMC reboot on this because I own it for PS4 and I can play it on my PS5, which I got significantly more storage. We're kind of stuck right now, chat. I mean, I could. Should I play some Dead by Daylight? Could I play some Dead by Daylight? Do I feel like playing DBD? Maybe. My choices here are Dead by Daylight, Left 4 Dead, potentially. I'm always down to play L4D, but with a capital B. I don't know. I gotta find those Nexus mods again that I found that gives me new maps because I done beat all. What is it like 10 maps for Left 4 Dead 2? The only thing that I don't play is Versus, and because that's full of hackers, sweats, people who just like really, really. I mean, bruh, ain't no point in trying to play Versus on Left 4 Dead 2. It's just kind of dead, bro. For this to be 14 gigs and it's downloading, I probably should wait for that to download. I beat Metal Gear Solid 4. It's always going to be available because I bought it on my account for PS3. So I guess I'll be all right. I can get rid of it because that's downloading. And I think, hold on, about this game. It's not that information. Level 9. Yeah, it's 27 gigs, bro. It's even though it's a linear progression game, it's still a decently sized game. And MGS5 is worse. MGS5 is significantly worse, I think. Hilarious thing is MGS5 is probably about the same size, if not double that. The MGS5 is only like 50 gigs, I think. But this also is not a bad game to play on stream. If only, if only I could find a controller for like stupid low that got 6 axis motion controls and it's not a actual PlayStation 3 controller because them John's fragile as an egg. They were called DualShock because they were supposed to take a beating, but compared to DualShock 4 and DualSense, my PlayStation 5 controllers that went through some crazy abuse. I got a couple of them in the drawer. I have to fix those, and I'm probably gonna sell them. And I'm gonna sell them for $50 each because they can't be sold for 70. I'm not selling them for 70. I know straight up it be people that be struggling trying to get their hands on some PlayStation controllers. So I'm not gonna do that to them. Sell them for 50 and just take that 50 and stash it. Though I might only sell one and keep one and just re and paint the face. Yo, that's a dog idea. That'll actually mark up the price. I took both those controllers, right? If I took them, cleaned them up, cleaned out the crevices and whatnot, got all the hand dirt, got all that out, wiped it down, gave it like a good alcohol wipe down, completely dismantled it, just all the pieces apart, scrubbed the face plates and scrubbed the side plates and the back plates. And I could do that. I'm having a lot of ideas. I could do that, but that would take a lot of time. I could when you initially buy a PlayStation controller that is like the basic ones on the hands or like on the I don't know what to call these, the arms, legs, on the outer parts that you hold your controller with, they got textures. It has a texture. Oh wait, no, it's on the back of this too. Is it? No, I think that's just regular wear and tear on the controller. Nope, that's a texture. It has texture, but it's not the right one. The one I'm thinking of is actually like X, circle, square, triangle, and they got that all over the thing. If I can find a way to create indentations in the controller and do that instead of like having them be uh there's a word I'm looking for and I don't know it. It's like raised up bubs. Yeah. If I get it to be indentations instead, mm, I mean it accomplishes the same thing, kinda. It normally does not take a whole lot of time for a game to delete. That's how you know this thing is old. Checking the analytics on my YouTube channel, finally broke through 200 views. Whoop de whoop. But my YouTube is like a good 40 subscribers behind my Twitch because I had a whole period of time where my VODs were getting deleted and I wasn't able to export them because I was too busy. So that's just like a gap in a bunch of games that I played that I'm gonna end up having to go back and play that I'm not gonna want to play because I've already played them. Depending on their replayability, I will play. But it just be like that sometimes. Can I get out of this? Not even close. Finally, it worked. It's counting by one. Oh my God. I'm trying to see how much space is on this thing. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Nah, we're not doxing my MAC address. 111, bro, that's not even a quarter of a terabyte. Boo. Boo. Question mark? I got two thumb drives, right? I got two of them. No idea what's on them. No idea. Could be saved data. Could be plans to conquer the world. We're about to find out. Well, not we, but I'm about to find out. Cause if ain't nothing on this purple one, which shouldn't be nothing on the purple one because I never used it. Don't you just love when your computer can't read external devices like peripheral devices because it just refuses to work? PS4, save data, DS3. Oh, yeah, I don't even play that game no more. This is this is my duping data. I don't even play DS3 anymore, bro. It would have been nice to keep the data, but I'm an idiot, so eject, eject. There we go. Now we go over to the PlayStation 3, unplug this cord, plug the thumb drive in. How big is this? 64. So with that, we should have a combined 175 gigs. If that I just sat on my phone. Manage Bluetooth devices such as headset, keyboards, mouse devices, BD remote control, controller vibration function. Change the number assigned. Display, sound, security, remote play, date and time. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. Well, I'm gonna leave this screen up and I'm just gonna pull something up on YouTube that we can just sit and watch. We're gonna watch some FNAF gameplay because I am now obsessed with said game. I'm gonna still be here, but I'm gonna mute my microphone so I can go and get something to drink and probably something to snack on. I'll be back. In the meantime, enjoy.
those buttons, it'll immediately change back to the continue button. The game is supposed to default your selection to continue if you have a saved night above 1, but it doesn't just check once when you open the menu. If it fails because your saved night isn't above 1, it keeps checking until it is above 1. Hovering over the night 6 or custom night buttons sets the night number to 6 or 7 and erroneously triggers the default selection event. But there's one more, much more serious glitch on the title screen. If you hover over the continue button for one frame and have a different option selected on the next frame, you'll see a weird night number showing very briefly. That number is the level number in your save, which after beating the custom night is an even higher number than you'd ever play. Normally this doesn't show because it limits the night number to 5 if you have the continue button selected, but because of how events are ordered, the game sets the night number based on what you had selected on the previous frame. So you can select the continue button for one frame, then immediately move to a different option, which will still set the night number to what the continue button should be, night 8 or whatever's in the save file, but now because you technically don't have the continue button selected, the night number doesn't get limited. Of course, it will still change to that new selection on the very next frame, but if you time it exactly so it's showing night 8 after the 20 frames it takes from clicking continue, you just get sent straight into night 8. It's actually not harder than night 6, with AI levels of 0, 10, 10, and 3, but beating it unfortunately just results in a soft lock and it doesn't save that you beat the level.
They want you afraid. Fear makes them easier to control. It's time to wake up.
Your streets will once again run red with your blood. Raul Menendez ignited global unrest on an unprecedented scale.
Menendez is a terrorist. We're bringing peace and security to the world.
I'm here to let you know.
Stop looking backwards, Aiden. What matters is what we'll do next.
Gotta keep counting on us, friends. This isn't real. They're coming!
In the second game, it also soft locks at 6 AM, but it does save the beaten level. It also soft locks if you open the cameras because there isn't a set default camera for nights above 7, but it's still thankfully beatable as Foxy is the only active AI, so you can climb the nights as high as you want. And thankfully, the third game doesn't soft lock at all and allows you to get to whatever night you want. But it's just night 6 over and over. In FNAF 2 and 3, the white blip animation does not disappear if you're no longer using the monitor. Oddly enough, this wasn't an issue in the first game. The original correctly makes it invisible when closing the monitor. And the last thing that appears across games is a mistake with the random number generator, which was actually the topic of my last video. The video goes into a lot more detail and more RNG shenanigans, but here's the main idea. In the game engine, the random function used for all the randomness in the games has a limit of 65,535, but nothing stops you from putting in a larger number, and exceeding the limit doesn't even cap the number at 65,000. It overflows. This type of error dissecting the original. The first game has an incredibly long 8-minute and 55-second night, but it could have been worse because that's a mistake. The game counts seconds up to 90, which then increments the hour, but when resetting the seconds, it resets to 1 for some reason. So while the first hour is 90 seconds, every hour after the first one is only 89 seconds, ending the night 5 seconds early. Jump scares are pretty susceptible to breaking in this game. I mean, you can just straight up flip your monitor up while Bonnie or Chica are yelling at you. This is unfortunately not able to actually reset the jump scare animation unless you are experiencing significant lag. As well, most of the animatronics don't really check if you're already being jump scared, so Freddy can interrupt Bonnie and Chica's jump scares. Foxy can also jump scare you during Bonnie and Chica's jump scares, but doesn't replace the image. He will override Freddy's jump scare though. Also, if Foxy brings down your camera for a jump scare, Bonnie or Chica can hijack it if they're ready, doubling up the jump scare sound. Chica and Bonnie can jump scare you after you run out of power. Running out of power during a jump scare vanishes any jump scaring animatronics, though Bonnie and Chica still end up sending you to the death screen because they're based on a timer rather than when the jump scare animation ends, like Foxy and Freddy. But did you see that? The fan was still animating for a decent amount of time. For some reason, rather than disappearing upon power down, it's tied to Freddy's power out RNG, so for at least 3 frames it doesn't disappear, and every frame afterwards has a 75% chance for it to disappear, though it's guaranteed when he moves on to the next stage. If you power out on the frame the monitor came up, the power left and usage text will stay visible. This is because while running out of power turns them invisible, opening the monitor makes them visible again. I'm not sure why the monitor makes them visible, nothing else makes them invisible, and the only thing that code ends up doing is cause this bug, but it is frame perfect though. The opposite camera problem plagues the fan in Halloween don't appear on many cameras, which is probably why this didn't get caught, but it is a very obvious oversight. The puppet's movement chance is slightly higher than intended. For every other AI, it's either random 20 is less than AI, or random 20 plus 1 is less than or equal to AI, which both mean that they have an AI level out of 20 chance to move, which is pretty intuitive. It seems like there being two different implementations for the exact same idea was a mistake that Scott had to fix for some of the characters. It looks like he never fixed the puppet, who uses random 20 is less than or equal to AI. It means the puppet's movements end up being AI plus 1 out of 20, though considering how fast he moves anyways, it barely makes any difference. Have you ever seen this paper pal in your office? You are probably playing the custom night. I know this because there's a bug that causes him to only appear in the custom night. The paper pal actually has an AI, which has a 1% chance of being 1 at the start of any night. Unfortunately, that's reset to 0 if it's not the custom night. This is because before setting what AI levels the night needs, it resets all AI levels, just so it doesn't need to put AI level 0 for every animatronic that doesn't appear that night. But the Paper Pal's AI is special because it gets set even before that, and always gets reset on any night other than the custom night. The AI levels don't need to be reset on the custom night because it just sets every level to the ones you selected, which is why the Paper Pal can appear at all. Golden Freddy has a similar problem, where an old fix resets his AI at the start of the night, making him never appear on nights 3 to 5 even though he was supposed to. He does appear on night 2 though, because his AI gets set at 1 AM. RWQ FSFASXC doesn't disappear when you're in danger, even though he's supposed to, because the check that makes him invisible is right before the check that makes him visible again. If you were holding the flashlight on a camera, flip cams down into an animatronic attack, and Golden Freddy spawns, even though you're not supposed to be able to shine the hall flashlight while in danger, it stays lit for 1 frame after closing cams, causing Golden Freddy to seemingly kill you for no reason. Weirdly enough, you can use the vent lights during an attack, no problem. It'll cause Wither Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica to disappear from the room, though temporarily. Does this mean that Toy Freddy is in some way more powerful? Yes. Most vent animatronics either only go into the vent opening if you're in the cameras, or when you're not using the vent light. But Toy Chica doesn't check at all, and is now the 3rd animatronic in this game that can just nonchalantly teleport before our very eyes. The hall light gets jammed by animatronics moving in the halls, but the jamming sound doesn't stop if you keep holding the light and flip up the cameras, nor if the hall light unjams. If you click a cam and immediately flip the monitor down, when you flip it back up, you might end up with 2 cameras selected. The monitor saves which camera you were last looking at, so when you flip it back up, you're still looking at the same camera. And this breaks in this instance because it only saves it every 0.2 seconds. So if you click a camera and flip it down before it saves it, the Your View object that stalls animatronics and handles sound moves to the camera you clicked, but when you open the monitor again, you'll be looking at the old camera. Shadow Freddy and Endo02 don't leave the cameras after looking at them for half a second. I actually made a whole video about how that went wrong, but the gist is that Scott was doing some debugging, made a testing object, but actually set some values to a non-test object, didn't remove the debug stuff, and didn't notice that he broke the mechanic. It should look like this. Jump scares that can occur while looking at the monitor will appear on top of cameras for the first frame, before the flip down animation appears. The flashlight text also stays on top of jump scares. those specific jump scares are ordered after the jump scare animation change code, the previous animatronic will still be visible on the first frame, before switching to Toy Bonnie or Mangle, and the jump scare sound is played twice, but on 2 subsequent frames, so it's pretty difficult to notice. You can see the parts and service and the show stage cameras for a frame in the custom night, even though they're disabled. They're supposed to be disabled because the custom night allows different combinations of animatronics to be on, limits as to which animatronic can move first. And because there isn't a render for every combination, in some circumstances this image will be incorrect. If the monitor is immediately forced down by a detected object, the animatronics and in this case it wasn't, and the game mistakenly redoes the previous 4-second fade, then does the normal blackout, but the texture is invisible because it thinks it just faded. Freddy's nose can't be honked in cameras like in the previous game, but it can be honked with the mask on. You can put the mask on while flipping up the monitor, which would soft lock you in older versions, but there was a band-aid fix in 1.03, where the mask would overwrite the camera view, but it still looks glitchy, and both dropping animations play when you try to take it off. The first frame of the Save Them minigame looks a little weird, because while the position is set on the first frame, the walls and some other props are set before the position is set, and only update on the second frame. Animatronics generally can't enter the office if there's another normal animatronic already inside, or if you don't have your camera out. But they still try and do make footstep noises, even when they didn't actually move. And Toy Bonnie will permanently cause camera static while cam stalled, even though he's not moving. Oddly enough, the footstep quirk only really applies to Mangle and Toy and Withered Freddy. All the others we just don't hear footsteps. When any animatronic, other than the puppet, moves in one of the party rooms, one of the walk sounds is supposed to play, but it usually doesn't. Unfortunately, for a long time, there was a bug in the game engine that caused audio channels to never again play an interruptible sound if an uninterruptible sound has ever played in it. The exact cause is unknown, either the flag never reset or sounds just failed to be cleared from the channel, but either way, generally it just doesn't work out if you have a mix of interruptible sounds and uninterruptible sounds in a single channel. Relating this to FNAF 2, the vent walk sounds are uninterruptible, along with the nose honk, and they share an audio channel with the regular walk sounds, which are interruptible. This means once you hear a vent sound, or have honked the nose, you will not hear a regular walk sound until the next night, where it clears the channel. This also affects Mangle's office sounds, and you might not have even known Mangle was supposed to make noises. When Mangle is hanging from the ceiling, it's supposed to play a bunch of random noises. Balloon Boy's laugh, error sounds, walk sounds, vent walk sounds, and Mangle's specific metallic walking sounds. Because of this glitch, only the vent walk sounds and Mangle's walking sounds ever actually play. This was incidentally fixed in the Cliff Team ports because of Fusion Update 290 in late 2017, long after the last update to the PC release. You can still hear these sounds on the PC release if you toggle the game audio with Control S. That's it for the sequel, or prequel, or whatever. It's time to move along to Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
This is gonna be the end of a trilogy.
Yeah.
I am done. No more games, okay?
There are a few ways that your ventilation breaks in this game. Getting jump scared, not looking at any screen for too long, and just naturally over time. The speed of this natural deterioration is tied to the AI level of the night, which is pretty simple. Aside from the first night where it's 0, it's just the night number. Well, it was, until at some point Scott made Night 6 have a slightly higher AI, which means the ventilation doesn't naturally deteriorate. There are 2 values that handle how the cameras deteriorate. One is a timer that tracks how long you've been looking at the cameras, and once it reaches 12 seconds, it decays some of the camera health. This timer, though, continues counting even after the cameras have broken down. And while the timer does reset properly when using Reboot All, rebooting the cameras singularly doesn't reset the timer. On later nights, that can leave almost half of the deterioration unfixed. If you click one of the reboot options on the first frame you overlap them, the indicator position won't update. Like here it's rebooting ventilation, but it looks like it's doing the camera system. If you are rebooting and Phantom Freddy pulls the maintenance panel down, it will still finish rebooting. After Phantom Puppet leaves, the blackout overlay is supposed to fade away, but if you have a ventilation error, it gets stuck as half faded. That sounds sort of right, but ventilation errors are supposed to cause blackouts after an amount of time, not immediately, and getting stuck at low visibility is clearly not what's supposed to happen, even when having blackouts. Springtrap's jump scare completely disables all other jump scares. Everything except for Phantom Freddy's jump scare sound. There is one entity that can overpower Springtrap though, the Cupcake. On Cam 4, if you happen to get the 1 in 100 or 1 in 10,000 chance to get the Cupcake or Golden Cupcake, you will not see Springtrap, even if he's in the room. This is handled the opposite way around for the rare Spring Bonnie posters, where seeing the actual enemy is prioritized over Easter eggs. The rules on where you can and can't lure Springtrap are a little inconsistent, but the worst offense is that you can lure Springtrap from Cam 7 to Cam 5, but you cannot lure him from Cam 5 back to Cam 7. Springtrap has a special mode called Aggressive, not to be confused with the Aggressive cheat. That's an entirely different yet identically named thing. When Springtrap is in aggressive mode, he'll move slightly quicker and also has more options for movement, often to vents. He can become aggressive from a whole host of causes, like ventilation errors or jump scares. He's supposed to stop being aggressive at the next 15-second interval, so getting jump scared doesn't make him permanently aggressive. But there are conditions, such as ventilation being down, where he should stay aggressive. However, because the aggression reset is right before the movement events, any movement opportunity that lands on a 15-second interval acts as if you were not aggressive, no matter what. Luring Springtrap to Cam 2 while he's in the window and immediately closing cams can allow you to see his window graphic pop out of existence. Springtrap's hide behind the corner animation can play at any point the panel is being flipped down, so if it's at the end of the animation, Springtrap will very visibly pop into existence. He also barely flips in front of the doorway.
Summer's here, and it's time to bring the heat in a stylish new Honda. From the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Hurry into your local Honda dealer during the summer event.
When we're needed most, we show up. That's Lowe's kind of help. This year,
when Springtrap decides on a movement, static will play on the cameras. This is to allow Springtrap to move without making him seem like he's teleporting. The static normally coincides with the actual movement, except to and from Cam 01 and his attack stages. Because you can see Springtrap in the doorway after the movement, he waits until you're looking at a screen to actually move. But that might be a while after he decided where to move if you just don't look at a camera, at which point after a couple seconds the camera static already dissipated, and upon opening cams you will see Springtrap's camera render pop in or out of the room. There does exist a far simpler, though more random way to avoid static, and view him disappear into nothingness. When Springtrap is lured from a location, the game knows to place static on the camera he left using trail objects, which spawn at his location every 3 seconds. If he moves somewhere and is lured away before he can spawn a trail, his movement to the lure won't cause any static. It is very dependent on exactly what interval he moves, where he moves, how long he takes to move to the lure, and how much static he got to begin with, but with luck, you may witness his incredible ability to warp between locations for the 4th time. Springtrap takes a small amount of time to move to an audio lure, and he is able to do normal movements during that time. Despite this, he'll still end up teleporting to the lure. While this is not too major and probably intended, it does mean that Springtrap can run across the screen, preparing for an inevitable jump scare, but then be lured to Cam 1. This particular issue was fixed for his window run, but not the one before his jump scare. I think he should have added a backwards running animation. Whenever Springtrap succeeds a movement opportunity, he rolls an action selected number, which just determines where or what he should do. Action selected 1 universally has no corresponding movement. For attack stages 1 and 2, which are the window and just past the window, action 2 also doesn't correspond to a movement. But it also doesn't reset the action selected number if there's no corresponding movement, and that causes an issue. You can't lure Springtrap from stage 2 past the window, but you can lure Springtrap from the window to Cam 2. Because the action selected number is never reset, if he had action selected 2 when lured, he'll move to Cam 2, and then immediately initiate action selected 2, which is moving to Cam 5. Which is actually pretty useful if you actually know where he went. When Springtrap is at the window and he succeeds his movement opportunity with an action selected above 2, he sets a flag such that when you next look at the cameras, he runs across the screen. This particular flag is very powerful as it can literally teleport him, but it's usually not an issue because when he's at the window, he's not going to leave any other way. Except if you use the lure to Cam 2, close the cameras, and then he succeeds his movement opportunity before actually moving to the lure. Now that flag is set, but he's not at the window, and no matter where he goes, even in the office through a vent, the next time you open the monitor, he'll be teleported past the window. Each of Springtrap's jump scares do not force the opposite side's monitor panel down. Like getting jump scared by Springtrap on the right side while opening the maintenance panel does not force it down. When done on the right, because the camera panel stays up, this allows for Springtrap to run across the screen during a jump scare. The Night 4 wall code you use for the good ending does not work as you would expect. Rather than checking a strict sequence of inputs, it allows you to go back to the start of the code and rewrite earlier numbers. Both 3 and 1 restart where you're writing the numbers, with 1 not even counting as the first number. So if you did something like 999248, the 248 is in the right place, then you can do 395 and it works as a code because the 3 started you back at the start of the code. If the 3 is in the right place, then like 999248, the 248 is in the right place, then you can do 395 and it works as a code because the 3 started you back at the start of the code. In FNAF 3's mini-games, like BB's Air Adventure, Mangle's Quest, and Chica's Party, you can clip into the side of balloons because they're active objects and not backdrops like other platforms and walls. However, he didn't notice this until making Mangle's Quest, and fixed it so that you would move up through the balloon. But because BB's Air Adventure was the first one he made, you're free to stay clipped however long you want. You can also softlock yourself in BB's Air Adventure if you jump off this ledge where one of the spirits would be and fall to the right side of the room below. In Mangle's Quest, Mangle's head detaches from her body if you jump into the exit or the child. Horizontal movement is paused, but it will continue a jump vertically even after everything's supposed to stop. Additionally, his other body parts make sure not to move after winning or dying and won't follow the hitbox up, but the shadow and head don't and will continue moving. If you get stuck in the wall at the start in the Stage 01 minigame, you can actually jump upwards. It just takes multiple jump inputs to count as moving upwards. As well, the top hitbox is slightly smaller than the bottom hitbox on both sides, so if you're just slightly below a wall, you can jump up without hitting your head, allowing you to scale walls you weren't supposed to. You just barely have enough space, but you can leave the room after erroring in the post-night minigames, though it looks a lot weirder when he just appears through walls after 2 minutes. And the last glitch of this game is probably one of the most unique glitches I've seen in the series, but somehow has the least consequence. Look at this clip and try to think what could have even been a glitch. Yeah, nothing really happened. But for the ultra observant viewers out there, they would have noticed that the maintenance panel made the camera closing sound, not the maintenance closing sound. They are different. So, why? Well, if you scroll fast enough to the left after closing the camera system, the closing animation itself deactivates before it finishes because of a setting on the object that makes it inactive if it's off screen. This causes you to be in a weird state where most everything doesn't think you have the camera system open, except the code that handles closing the panels. And by sheer luck, the camera closing sound is ordered after the maintenance panel sound, so even though it tries to play both sounds, the camera closing sound takes priority. It's honestly a miracle it doesn't break anything else at all. But that's the last one in the trilogy. Let's check out Five Nights at Freddy's, The One in a House. I think it's best that I start this game with probably the most egregious oversight that any of the point-and-click games have. One that, honestly, probably caused many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of unfair deaths. If you're at one of the doors, correctly hear Bonnie or Chica breathing into your ear, and close it, they might never leave, and you just lose. Simple as. Scott made sure that they won't move back into the hall while you're listening to the door. But the issue here is that Bonnie and Chica can leave the door while you're closing it. That doesn't sound like too much of an issue, they just went back into the hallway, right? Well, if you watched my FNAF 4 breakdown, no. That instead triggers a mechanic that brings them back to your door, but doesn't allow the door to remove them. So now you have the door closed, you know they were at your door, and you assume they're gonna leave, but they won't. The odds that this happens at any one time isn't too high. At worst it's about 1 in 60, because the door animation is only 10 frames. But over the course that you play the game, you're probably closing the door hundreds of times, so it's gonna happen to a few of those, and almost definitely kill you if you're not looking out for it. And it's not your fault, you closed the door when you heard breathing. There are a couple ways you can combat this. You could use a timer to make sure that you don't close the door during a 10-second interval. Or you could check for breathing every time after opening the door, though you probably won't have the time to check every time. And the intended strategy obviously isn't supposed to be using a timer. Your only real option without a timer is to only double check for breathing if you hear footsteps immediately after closing, as that can be a red flag that the glitch occurred. If you shine the flashlight at Bonnie or Chica while they're in the hallway, they don't update their in-hallway value to not in the hallway anymore. This means closing the door can still trigger the teleport mechanic, even though they're not actually in the hallway anymore. Because of the order of events, after clearing an animatronic from an area, like the door or closet in bed for Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare, their kill timer will be a second shorter than intended. This is because each kill timer counts up to a certain value in 1-second intervals. But if you clear an animatronic, the last frame of the interval isn't included, and when they enter the area again, they instantly add a second to the counter.
Tony, what's going on? Tell me you found that cube. Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
If a jump scare is about to start for Freddy, and it turns to 4 AM on a later night, the jump scare will instead be from Fredbear or Nightmare. Nightmare Chica's cupcake can still kill you after she's been cleared from the door. This is possible because for some odd reason, the kill timer, which counts up whenever she's at the door, doesn't reset after she leaves the hallway if it's already reached at least 20 seconds. The reason that doesn't come into play often is that the flashlight in the hall will still always reset it. But it does leave open another funny issue, where Chica could kill you after being replaced by Nightmare at 4 AM. Nightmare Foxy is the only other animatronic that can kill you while not technically even being there. If he's already progressed enough to be able to kill you, and it turns to 4 AM, His non-existence will not stop him. If both Foxy and Chica are in the far hall, and you shine the flashlight, Foxy will just pop in after Chica hides behind the corner. I know this is a mistake because it was fixed on Bonnie's side. He just instantly moves back without an animation if overlapping Bonnie, but he just didn't fix it for Chica. Animatronics store their movement opportunities if they're being stalled or have nowhere to move, waiting until they're able, like if you stop shining the flashlight into the hall. This usually doesn't pose any issues, but there are two scenarios involving Foxy and Fredbear or Nightmare that cause unintended double movements. The first is with Foxy when he's in the far hall. He's supposed to stay there, and even when 5 seconds pass and he has a movement opportunity, he doesn't have anywhere to move, so the movement flag isn't reset. Then, if you scare him away with the flashlight, he'll reset to the middle, and because he was storing a movement opportunity, immediately move again. This doesn't sound like too much of an issue until you realize it's possible that another movement opportunity can occur right after, and he then also immediately moves into the opposite far hall, and because you're still at the opposite door, he then runs straight into your room. This can all happen in less than a second, like this clip. The second scenario is a lot more situational. Fredbear and Nightmare can't move into the hallway if you're shining your light into it, and while stalled can gain a movement opportunity. If they teleport into your room while they have a movement opportunity, it won't reset, and when you shine the light on your bed or close the closet, they'll retreat to the living room and immediately move again, potentially straight into the far hall. Your flashlight position is not reset to the middle if Foxy gets into the room and you're coming back from the right door, which makes it oddly difficult to click the closet. This does not happen from the left side. You can skip starting dialogue and cutscenes immediately if you try to skip on the frame that it starts, avoiding the 50-frame cooldown. This isn't possible on Night 0 because the text is set right before the cooldown, and also isn't possible on Night 6. If used on the Tomorrow is Another Day text, it also soft-locks you, as you would skip setting a variable that lets the cutscene end. It's surprisingly consistent if you hold space, enter, or control, and spam left-click. The start button for Nightmare and 2020-2020 mode can be clicked even when they aren't selected, and the word start is invisible. You can also enter Fun with Balloon Boy without having it unlocked, if you press enter with its button selected. The code for Plushtrap's button was just copy-pasted, so we only need to beat Night 6 to enter, even though it's officially unlocked after beating Night 8. Shining the light on the exact frame that Plushtrap or Nightmare Balloon Boy moves causes them to not do their movement animation. This also causes the game to not end if this occurs while they're on the X. This is because the game makes the animation play if you shine the light and their aggression is above 200. However, moving causes their aggression to reset to exactly 200. So if you shine the light on the first frame, it's not above 200 and it doesn't recognize that it needs to play the animation. In the case that it happens on the X, it is possible for you to wait a little bit for Plushtrap's aggression to rise again, but if this happens with Nightmare Balloon Boy, I'm sorry to say, but you're as good as dead. You're normally only able to skip 1 hour of nights past Night 5 by beating Fun with Balloon Boy, and 2 hours for nights 1 to 5 with Fun with Plushtrap. But you can skip 2 hours of the All Nightmare Challenge if you play Fun with Plushtrap and start a night from 1 to 5. You're only allowed to get challenge stars if you beat Night 7 or 8 with them on, but the All Nightmare Challenge is a little special because it forces any night to become Night 8. So if you start an earlier night, it allows Fun with Plushtrap to skip the 2 hours, then the All Nightmare Challenge changes the night to be 8, and you can still get the star. FNAF 4 introduces a new type of sound error, one where the sound has no set volume and other parts of the game modify it. To make sounds louder or quieter, the game has to change the volume of the whole channel. This usually doesn't affect anything because you'd normally set the volume back to where it should be when you enter different scenes. Scott didn't make any mistakes with that in the first 3 games, but he made a few in this game. The data erase sound from the title screen is only at 10% volume if you played Fun with Balloon Boy or Entered a Night, and at 50% volume if you played a night and Fredbear was active. The flashlight clicks that happen when moving or turning on the flashlight are only at 25% volume if you did an 8-bit cutscene, and are muted if you completed the second night's 8-bit cutscene. It is reset to 100% if you died a plush trap though. And if you get jump scared in the 8-bit minigames, which happens after night 1 or 3, the volume of the door and closet creaking is increased to 100%, resetting back to the normal 30% when you next go to the title screen. But thankfully, that's all for the tetralogy. Holy sh**, another game! Starting off Sister Location, I have an exploit that I'm not entirely sure Scott didn't know of. In Ballora's Gallery and Funtime Auditorium, the animatronics mainly get closer to you while you're pressing W. Scott also made it so that you continue moving for a quarter second after you let go of W, but they won't get any closer from that. So, if you tap W for a very short amount of time, and 4 times a second, you'll be moving like normal, but they also don't get much closer to you. It's powerful enough that you can actually just ignore them entirely. Speaking of ignoring them, if you're going through the door at the end of Ballora's Gallery, Ballora is still able to jump scare you. Same for Funtime Foxy if you use the flash beacon after getting to the end of Funtime Auditorium. But I guess Mike has a strong enough stiff arm to get through the door regardless. In Baby's Parts and Service, clicking the wrong button on the same frame that you were going to die causes you to bypass the death timer, as you skip straight from 2 seconds to 4 seconds, and the game only kills you at exactly 3 seconds.
8, 3, 6, 2, 4, 4.
I did say I wasn't going to cover glitches caused by significant lag, but this particular one is pretty common and doesn't require much lag at all. If the game skips this specific frame of the scooper animation because of lag compensation, it doesn't trigger a fade to red and you soft lock. This type of glitch happens in other places, but only noticeably for the audio of The Immortal and the Restless and Ballora's jump scare sound.
Carol, you're in remission. I don't even know how many people work behind the scenes, but I want to be able to say thank you to every single person because they've saved my life. Every single one of them.
The custom night has a few more. While Ballora is active, the left and right hall cameras are still visible for a frame, revealing that she's actually puppeting Ennard's body. Probably not literally, but her mechanics are entirely built using Ennard's private room object and code. Her jump scare is also the only one that can be interrupted, only by Bonnet. Finally, Yendo is slightly easier than he was supposed to be. The random numbers he generates accidentally has 1 added to it, so rather than appearing 80% of the time at 20 AI, he appears 76% of the time, and rather than appearing 4% of the time at 1 AI, he just can't appear. And that would be the end for Sister Location, if it weren't for the audio. Sister Location had so many more sounds than its predecessors, 392 to be exact, and because of that, there were many more mistakes in setting them up. A metallic bang was supposed to play when entering Parts and Service, which you do hear entering the breaker room, but it's never heard for Parts and Service because Bonbon's scurrying noise uses that channel, which is muted at the start, and Baby's Parts and Service copies over the same code, so it can't be heard there either.
Great job.
As well, Bonbon was supposed to giggle after hiding, but because Funtime Auditorium mutes the channel the giggle plays on, and Parts and Service never sets the volume, you'll never hear it in-game. You might recognize it as Bonnet's giggles from the custom night, but it's not actually the same file. It is the same sound though, he just made it louder. While I'm here, you can also see one of Bonbon's hands for a few frames when he hides from this upper left position. Some light buzzing was supposed to gradually get louder as you get closer to the door in Bellora's Gallery and Funtime Auditorium, but you can never make enough progress for it to even reach 1 volume before entering the next room. A subtle dripping guts sound was intended to play alongside the main scooping sound, but it's muted because the control module's light sounds use and mute that same channel, and the scooping room never unmutes it. A more sci-fi beep was supposed to play when opening the monitor and switching cameras, but the audio channel it was supposed to play on is already used by the video static, and that was made uninterruptible. The flash beacon in Funtime Auditorium is only at a quarter volume after beating Night 4. The door sound at the end of Ballora Gallery and Night 5 Funtime Auditorium is supposed to play at the start of the fade-out, but you only hear it after it finishes. This is because instead of just playing at the start of the fade, it plays on every frame of the fade-out, so the sound just keeps overwriting itself until the fade-out ends, and it finally gets to play uninterrupted. An extra check corrects this behavior for Night 3 Funtime Auditorium. Ennard's jump scare noise in Funtime Auditorium can be interrupted by Baby's instructions, or the private room voice lines. He can also interrupt himself in the private room.
You must help us. You must let us inside the room.
Funtime Foxy's knocking can override any jump scare noise in the custom night, but it is frame perfect. The nose honk shares the same audio channel as Biddy Bab, so you can cut her off with the honk, and the honk will also change volume based on her progression. And there are 15 more sound errors that I'll go over in groups. First, the same uninterruptible sound glitch as FNAF 2, this time 2 things are affected. The switch sound when opening the breaker control box does not play after having played one of Bonbon's response audios. And the voice line
Motion trigger. Technician control.
is supposed to play right after the Ballora's maintenance vent is opened by the Biddy Babs on Night 2, but it cannot be heard normally. There's a global event that sets the volumes of audio channel 1 and 31 for the entire game, so every time he tried to set the volume of those channels at the start of the frame, it got overwritten because global events run after start of frame. This mainly makes ambience audio much louder. If you beat the game, then start playing it again for some reason, the volume and panning of a few of the sounds just won't be right, like the Biddy Bab sounds being panned to the left or right depending on where Ballora last was, and Hand Unit, Mini Arenas, and Lolbit computer beeps are quieter than they should be. And playing the custom night, then the main game has even weirder effects. That's not your ears playing tricks on you, the bongo music is playing in your right ear. The volume of the mini arenas carries over to many different sounds in the main game, and the 7th custom night cutscene screws up a whole host of regular game sounds. Ignoring all the issues with sound, Sister Location is much more bug-free, but, you know, sound is also a lot of the game. Oh, and look at the time! It's 6 game time. Or is it? It is. The map in the office section looks symmetrical, and every mechanic should function symmetrically, but there is an accidental asymmetry in movement likelihoods. In the bottom corners, movements from the left corner are 50-50 each direction, but on the right, it's 75-25. All other locations are identical when mirrored. If you watched my Pizzeria Simulator breakdown, you'd know that the animatronics can do once-a-night teleports from the top middle room to the rooms beside you, but IDs assigned for the teleports are a little off. At some point, the first implemented animatronic was scrapped, so the IDs for the actual animatronics in the game are from 2 to 5, but the teleportations are for animatronic IDs 1 to 4, so Lefty cannot teleport. Exiting the game before the Let's Get Started screen will cause you to miss setting a variable in the tutorial, and after completing Monday's office section, will put you back into the end of the tutorial on Monday again. Similar to Sister Location's Scooper fail, the jump scare sound in the office mode only triggers on a specific frame of the jump scare, making it not too difficult to completely skip from lag and die a silent death. Changing catalog with W or S and clicking buy on the same frame causes you to purchase the item you switch to, but gives the item you switch to the stats and cost of the item you switched from. While the stats do update every frame, they update before the game checks if you press the buttons to change the catalog. This only applies to changing the catalog with your keyboard. Clicking or changing items within a catalog updates stats correctly. Because switching catalogs brings you to the first item of a catalog, there are only 4 items you can do this with. The balloon barrel and balloon cart are entirely normal. They'll take the stats of whatever item you switched from. The foil party set will only take the atmosphere and health and safety stats, but not any entertainment, revenue, or liability. The stats will also be overwritten if you upgrade to the neon party set. And the star curtain stage doesn't affect stats at all, so if you have a discounted item on Stan's budget tech, that also works as a massive discount on the stage without having to worry about extra liability. In Blueprint mode, L-Chip's icon is grayed out if you don't have the heavy animatronic stage, even though he's a mid-size animatronic and can be placed on mid-size stages. This is because he was originally a heavy animatronic as stated in his scrapped item category, but he changed to mid-size later in development. Animatronics appear above certain attractions like the gravity vortex when first loading, though when they are manually placed, the layering can be corrected. If you have an animatronic on the second slot of the double stage, upgrading to the sturdy stage will banish that animatronic to out of bounds, inaccessible until you upgrade the stage more. You do keep stats though, so you know they're alive somewhere. Placing an attraction doesn't update the stats for 5 frames, so leaving by any means during those 5 frames will keep the attraction placed down, but without the stats from it.
Hey buddy, what's the damage?
Well, it's a lot. You got court costs, attorney fees, higher insurance, damage to the car, DUI fines, not to mention the damage to your social life.
Removing it leaves you with less stats than you started with, potentially even negative. Having negative stats causes you to garner unimaginable visitors and money at the end of nights. This is because part of the calculation includes generating a random number from 0 to the entertainment or revenue stat. But if it's negative, it overflows up to the 16-bit integer limit and generates a number from 0 to 65,000. This can also work the opposite way around, but it's frame perfect. If you remove an animatronic or attraction on the frame a fade completes, the animatronic or attraction is removed from your pizzeria but does not subtract their stats. This is because the removal of an item and the removal of the stats are 2 separate events, and moving to a different section of the game, like the catalog, is right between them, before the stats are removed. But getting infinite stats from that is a bit tedious, because it is frame perfect. There are 2 additional ways you can break the stats. Left-clicking and right-clicking an animatronic icon on the same frame results in the animatronic not being placed down until you click the slot again. The stats do get updated though, so if you leave the frame by going to the catalog or a mini-game, you can keep the stats from an animatronic without ever placing it down. This happens because the right-click immediately deselects the slot, so the game doesn't know where to place the animatronic. If you clicked on a slot, it would place it, but if you leave and re-enter the frame, the queued placement gets reset and you keep the additional stats. The same glitch also affects attractions, but in an entirely different way. Rather than getting free stats for not actually placing an animatronic, you get the wrong stats for placing an attraction. The way the game normally adds stats is that it checks what attraction you have selected, which will be the attraction you just placed, and adds the stats for that attraction. But right-clicking in this instance means that you never actually had the placed attraction selected, and it adds the stats corresponding to the last attraction you had selected, or nothing. This means you can select a good attraction, do the left-right click for a bad attraction to add the stats of the good attraction, and when you remove the bad attraction, it only subtracts the lesser stats. And if you so desire, you can also get negative stats if you click a bad attraction before placing a good attraction and remove it. Also, the glitch causes the sparkles to not appear, as they instead appear off-screen where the cursor teleports when not used. Markdowns say they have a risk of animatronics, but if it isn't placeable or a speaker set, it doesn't have any liability, and would have no chance of bringing in an animatronic. Markdowns from the previous run are preserved after you get an ending or die and start a new game, allowing you to get markdowns on Monday. Clicking the catalog button and the playtest button at the same time will take your play token but send you to the catalog. You can take the car wherever you want in Midnight Motorist by mashing A and D. There is a get out trigger that makes you get out of the car if you're pressing left, and get in if you're pressing right, but if you're on the edge of the get out trigger, the movement can occur before it checks for a collision and stays in the car. This also allows you to be invisible by the house, because you're still technically in the car, so it thinks the person should be invisible. If you beat Fruity Maze after having beaten it twice, the Spring Bonnie cutscene will start playing, but not finish. This also occurs after going out of bounds. Because Ladder Tower checks for pressing the spacebar before moving the arrow hitbox, the hitbox effectively lags behind the actual arrow by a frame. This also means that if you press or hold space right after jumping, because the hitbox takes a frame to move to the arrow, it'll still be in the green and you'll successfully double jump. This causes additional arrows to spawn, though only one is real. You cannot win 2 consecutive lawsuits, so rather than a 20% chance to win a lawsuit you fight, you only have a 16% chance to win lawsuits after the first one. This is because of a special condition that is supposed to make it so that when you open the lawsuit, it doesn't repeatedly check if you won it, but unfortunately that also means that if the RNG generates a 2 for a lawsuit, which corresponds to a win, and you go to the next lawsuit and generate a 2 again, it doesn't recognize that you won the lawsuit, because the number didn't change. It also generates numbers and wins on lawsuits you've already settled or won, so you can't even space the lawsuits you try to fight. Clicking the skip button in the first 2 seconds of entering a salvage won't skip any of the dialogue. What the skip button does is stop the tutorial audio, but it doesn't start playing until 2 seconds in. Clicking the skip button before it starts will make your salvage options appear, so you can click on them if you're fast enough, but once the tutorial is playing, you have to wait until it ends. The first ending graphic for the Insanity ending just ends. You can see the image stops right there. Thankfully, this game handles its audio much better. Only the achievement fanfare can be noticeably cut off by clicking an attraction slot or upgrading one. And these blips on the disclaimer screen are only at a quarter volume after dying in the office mode. I do regret to inform you, that's all for Pizzeria Simulator. We're moving on to our last game, Ultimate Custom Night, which also has the most errors of all the games we're covering, which makes sense considering everything he crammed into one little frame. Ultimate Custom Night is the ultimate custom night, allowing you to customize the AI levels into the negative if you click multiple times in a frame. You actually can't go above 20 by doing that. There's bounds checking that makes sure it doesn't, but nothing stops you from going below 0. I am using an auto clicker, but it's not that uncommon to occur if you have a mouse that double clicks. You are able to click a challenge button that you have already selected on the first frame that you're overlapping it. This will cause all the AI levels to reset to 0, but with the challenge still selected. You're not supposed to be able to click an already selected challenge. Scott made a don't allow counter that specifically stops that, by turning to 1 if you are currently hovering over a selected challenge. Unfortunately, that's after the click check, which means you can click an already selected challenge if it's the first frame you're hovering over it. The AI levels getting cleared is normal, however it's supposed to set the AI levels for the challenge, but they only get set when the challenge changes, so clicking a challenge again doesn't count. If you beat this empty night, you do get credit and the star for the challenge. Balloon Boy, JJ, Nightmare, Nightmare Fredbear, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and Helpy all cannot activate on one AI. It's the same error as with Yendo, where it's checking if the random number is strictly below the AI level when the random numbers start from 1. You can tell this would have been the case for Golden Freddy, but he noticed it when implementing the Fredbear Easter egg, because he made the check random 40 plus 1 is less than AI plus 1. This also means that all those animatronics are easier than they were supposed to be at their max AI levels. There was intended to be a third of a second cooldown for turning on and off the fan. It doesn't work because he set the cooldown variable of an unused copy of the desk rather than the actual desk, which is understandable because both objects are unnamed and are called the default Active 4 and Active 9.
The union of fruity sweet gummy and tangy crunchy nerds. Nerds Gummy Clusters. Unleash your senses. Contact local agent Susan Eco for an auto quote today.
Blocking multiple animatronics in quick succession will cause you to gain fewer Faz coins than expected. You only get the Faz coin when the block sound effect ends, and if another one starts playing before it can end, you don't get the previous Faz coin. Multiple patches made the block sound quicker to partially remedy the issue, but no matter how short the sound is, it can still happen. If JJ is in the vent when you open the monitor, she's supposed to get into the room, but that will not happen if Balloon Boy happens to spawn at that moment. Despite what it says in her description, JJ does not stop you from opening doors when she's in the room, even playing an error sound when you successfully open them. If you've used the flashlight at any point before Balloon Boy disappears, rather than a pop noise, a flashlight click will play. There exists a variable that is meant to make sure it only plays when you stop pressing the actual button, but it's never set back to 0, so it also plays when your flashlight is no longer blocked, including when Balloon Boy leaves. Helpy's description says that he agitates sound-sensitive animatronics, but of the 2 sound-sensitive animatronics, he only ended up affecting one, Music Man, and not Lefty. The Pop Goes the Weasel music that plays after the marionette escapes continues to play on the kitchen camera after death coining him, humorously turning on and off during ventilation loss and power outages, as those force the cameras up and down to try to kill you. The global music box allows you to quietly hear the music box music at all times, but also forces the music to be quiet even when looking at the kitchen camera, or after the puppet escapes. In the 1.026 patch notes, Scott Cawthon mentioned a bug with Withered Bonnie where he had the potential to stay forever if you get really unlucky. In 1.026, he made it so he was more likely to disappear after a second, but he can still stay long enough to unfairly kill you while you have the mask on if you get really unlucky. Even with a perfect 0 frame reaction, you have about a 1 in 3,000 chance to just die, and taking into account any amount of reaction time easily gets it to more than a 1 in 1,000 chance or worse. Animatronics in the middle horizontal line of the ducts can be lured to the bottom, but only on the left because the nodes are 10 pixels closer than on the right. The automatic camera scroll in the monitor also affects your position in the office, which shouldn't affect anything, but you can use the flashlight while using the monitor, potentially causing your death if the camera has panned to the right, where Nightmare BB is. In a similar fashion, keeping the flashlight on Nightmare BB while opening the monitor causes him to jump scare you, no matter if you would have stood up or not. This is because the events that handle the flashlight occur in between events that handle setting his values when you open the cameras, so the game thinks you used the flashlight on him while he was sitting down, and you die. Nightmare Balloon Boy is the only animatronic in the game able to jump scare you after you win a night, though under extremely specific circumstances. Firstly, you have to open the cameras while looking at Nightmare BB such that if you shone the light, it would interact with him. Secondly, opening the cameras must not have made him stand up, as he has a random chance to stand up every time you open them. We don't want this, as shining light on him while he's standing doesn't make him jump scare you. Thirdly, you have to be holding the flashlight button while winning the night. And finally, be lucky enough that the camera isn't scrolling over Nightmare BB right before 6 AM, which would mean you can't be holding the flashlight or he'd kill you early. This is all such that when you win the night, it automatically lowers the monitor and you're shining the flashlight on Nightmare Balloon Boy sitting down, so he kills you 2 frames after you've won the night. This situation also works after being jump scared by another animatronic while looking at the cameras, overriding the other jump scare with Nightmare Balloon Boy. This raises the question, why is he the only one where this is possible? Well, almost every animatronic makes sure it's not 6 AM and you're not being jump scared by someone else before trying to jump scare you. But that check was accidentally forgotten for Nightmare Balloon Boy. There are a few other characters like this, but they were explicitly patched out when encountered. This is just such a rare situation, very few, if not no people, have encountered this naturally. But it's also only possible because of another mistake. You're not supposed to be able to turn on the flashlight during a jump scare, after running out of power, or after 6 AM. But you can keep the flashlight on if you hold the button, and it still works. Animatronics are supposed to be able to kill you on the last frame of the night, Funtime Foxy famously so. But because Plushtrap, Nightmare Chica, and Bonnet were added so late in development with the addition of XOR, their jump scare checks are performed after the game realizes it's 6 AM, and as such, cannot kill you on the last frame of the night. You can flip up both the monitor and mask for 0 frames, which does not correctly interact with animatronics. For the mask, it's not very beneficial, and notably leads to Golden Freddy just staring at you. However, flipping the cameras for 0 frames is useful. Every animatronic that would kill you from having the monitor up actually won't trigger. The only thing that triggers is Foxy's figurine switching, because it checks for the monitor flipping down, not whether the monitor stays up. Nightmarion does not fade away if you're in the monitor, but your cursor is still hovering over where you was. Lefty is one of the many characters in Ultimate Custom Night that can be cam stalled, a mechanic where an animatronic can't move and or kill you if you have their camera selected. But he could still be stalled if you had the vent or duct system selected, until it was patched in 1.019. It was, however, not patched for Rockstar Chica or Mr. Hugs. You know, Mr. Hugs from the Five Nights with Mr. Hugs game that Toy Freddy plays? Yeah, even that game's got a bug. Toy Freddy's kill state is still active after being death-coined. He is the only one of the 7 to remain active after being death-coined.
They want you afraid. Fear makes you easier to control. It's time to wake up.
Phantom Mangle and on-camera Faz coins visibly jump when opening the cameras. Because of event ordering, the first frame that cameras are open still uses the scroll of the office, not the automatic scrolling of the cameras. The actual camera images and objects behind the static are also misaligned, but the jump is mostly hidden by the static. Old Man Consequences' minigame, Fish or Error, will persist during jump scares and winning the night. He's set to disappear in those instances, but his minigame appearing event is after and overwrites it. Mr. Candu can be seen on the kitchen feed, despite the fact that it is audio only. While the timer stops for jump scares, the hour counter does not, and will still increment if you're close enough to an hour change. As well, any audio like Phone Guy or El-Chip's ad that can play after the initial jump scare noise will leak into the game over screen. Running out of power in UCN after the bell chimes will result in the chime and music being cut off. Power out also mutes the jump scare noise if you're being jump scared. And a somewhat unique issue for Ultimate Custom Night is layering. In no other game did he have to fit as many animatronics, camera systems, and effects on one screen. The game has 17 layers, so it was inevitable that some goofy things happened. Withered Bonnie is behind the Foxy and Bonnie figurine, Foxy head, and Bounce Pot, Tangle, and White Rabbit. Trash and the gang appear behind Plushtrap and his chair. Or maybe they are just that massive. Phantom Mangle, Phantom Balloon Boy, and on-camera Faz coins are all layered above the camera static, which may be intended for gameplay purposes, but they also appear outside the monitor border, which is nonsense. Nightmare Yawn is inside the maw of Nightmare Chica. Helpy goes in front of Phantom Freddy and Rockstar Bonnie when clicked. Though before being clicked, Helpy is behind Withered Chica in the vent. A Freddle can be seen in front of Nightmare BB. The Bonnie and Foxy figurine floats above the paper balls in the FNAF 4 office. And if you're being jump scared while the monitor is flipping, the jump scares will be layered over the monitor. If the monitor is rising, it will be fixed on the way down though. Just because there are so few empty audio channels in Ultimate Custom Night, I won't cover the normal audio interruptions, but there are a couple that directly affect the game. Rockstar Foxy's spiels
Yar, who touched me bird?
can be cut off by a myriad of other sounds, immediately either giving you access to his help sooner, or killing you instantly. Phone Guy and DD or XOR can noticeably cut each other off. When DD or XOR cuts off the phone call sound, it actually successfully mutes the calls and removes the noise from the noise meter. If you click the mute button when DD or XOR are on screen, it immediately ends DD's jingle and instantly adds the challenger. XOR's jingle also gets interrupted, but doesn't advance anything. Finally, the volume of the channel for the footsteps in Old Man Consequences' Easter egg isn't reset. It ends up being only at 15 volume or muted, depending on whether you had the fan on or off when you got it. Well, that was quite a few, wasn't it? But it's also just the ones that could be gathered over the past year. It's inevitable that I missed a bunch of small stuff, maybe even a couple big ones. If you know of any glitches or weird occurrences that you didn't see here, put it in the comment section. I will be reading it. But yeah, this has every main game from Five Nights at Freddy's to Ultimate Custom Night covered. You know, except... yeah, that one. Well, unfortunately, FNAF World is a little more broken than the others. Enough so that it would require a stand.
You guys weirdly loved my ranking of FNAF hoaxes.
Juniors is the most unique FNAF fan game I've ever played, and I have played a lot of them. Really, I've quite literally built my entire career around playing FNAF games, and Juniors is 100% the most fun I've ever had playing any FNAF game ever designed. This video is here to go over everything I love about the game and the few things that I hate, because truly, I do not believe there is currently any FNAF fan game that does the formula better than Juniors. So let's waste no more time on the intro that nobody cares about and get into the best FNAF fan game ever made. Before we begin talking about Juniors, I want to tell a bit of a story, or I guess more of a fun fact. I actually wanted to avoid playing and reviewing Juniors for the longest time. I've been getting suggestions for it since my first ever FNAF video over a year ago, and I've always decided that I didn't want to touch it. Why? Because I used to have this really cringy way of thinking. If something is popular, it must be overrated type of mentality. After finally sitting down and playing through Juniors, seeing it completely blind for my first time ever, I will never in my life think like that ever again. This game truly has made me more passionate to create content more than any other game ever has. Set your expectations as high as you want, and I guarantee Juniors will still blow them out of the water. We play as an unnamed paranormal investigator, We're assigned with exploring the supernatural presence of the restaurant Juniors. As I'm sure you may have guessed, yes, this is the same Juniors that can be seen in the Midnight Motorist minigame from Pizzeria Simulator. We wake up in a place called the Barrens, which seems to be a limbo between life and death. Looking up, we can see what I assume to be our own brain, and we soon meet a character named Paul Bear. Throughout this game, we don't learn much about Paul Bear, but he is the only friend we have throughout the game. Paul Bear explains that there is an evil presence inside of the Juniors establishment, only ever referring to it as the Ghost. Eventually, we strike a deal with Paul Bear. He agrees to help us with our investigation of Juniors, and we agreed to help Paul Bear find freedom from the Ghost by defeating it in one way or another. With that, we head to bed and start our first night. Usually, the way I talk about nights in FNAF games is pretty basic. I bring up which threats are introduced, how to deal with them, and throw in a dick joke or something. However, Juniors does the entire FNAF formula so differently from any other FNAF game I've seen, so covering this is going to be a fun change of pace. To start, Juniors completely gets rid of the sit and survive style of gameplay that most other FNAF games have. The game still has the classic 6 nights, however, each night isn't completed once you've made it to an arbitrary time limit. Instead, similar to a game like Pizzeria Simulator, progression is based on finishing tasks. Except
Yo, I
the difference
actually
between the
almost got
tasks in
it. I
Pizzeria
almost
Simulator
got it.
and the tasks in Juniors
I
is that
literally
you will
almost
complete
had
each
A1
sequence
before
of
he
tasks
found me, and I was literally
to
not. I
complete
was
the
not gonna
progression
shoot
of
because
the
I was like,
Pizzeria
he's not gonna
Simulator.
see me.
But
He's
what
not gonna see me.
exactly are the
He's
tasks in
he's not
Juniors?
gonna see
I'm
me.
so glad you asked, because these tasks are the sole
Oh
reason why
boy.
this game is
Come on,
so
guys. Get B1 so
amazing.
I can get the B1 so we can get
Throughout
the
the
B2.
night, the ghost Paul Bear was telling us about will enter one of the animatronics at random. It's our job to watch the cameras for weird anomalies and figure out which animatronic is possessed. And each night, you will have to correctly identify where the ghost is more and more times. On night 1, you need to correctly identify the ghost 2 times, and with each subsequent night, that number goes up by 1.
Dang,
Before
back
we
shots
really get into
crazy.
that, there's something else that this game does that I wasn't expecting. Typically, in FNAF games, the
17 meters. Yeah,
animatronics
I'm
will
not gonna
make
make
their
it.
way to your office and try to attack you. This is actually not the case in Juniors. The animatronics will never come to your office. Well, at least not in the typical FNAF way, but I'll cover that
Let
in
me
a
out. Let me
minute.
out. Let me out. How do I
The
get out?
tools at our disposal are pretty minimal. We have our cameras, control panel, and our repair room. Throughout the course of the night,
They
if you
ran me
check your
over
control
along with me
panel,
getting
you will
shot.
be able to see the condition of each of the 6 animatronics. Yes,
Absolute fun.
6. You've got the main 4, with the addition of the marionette and balloon bitch, or as this game calls him, balloon baby. As the night progresses, the condition of each of these characters will decrease. If they ever go completely empty, they'll use your ass as sustenance and gobble it up. At any
Yeah, he
time,
says
you
a
can send one
lot
of
of
the
stuff.
animatronics onto a
I
conveyor
completely
belt that
forgot
will
about
bring the
that.
character to your repair room. Once inside the repair room, you can quickly fix them and send them back into the pizzeria. This will cause their condition to go back up to 100. However, you have to be careful, because if you send the possessed animatronic to your office, it's game over. Another thing to note is that you can't send more than one character to your repair room at a time. Moving on to the actual ghost hunting part of this game. As mentioned previously, there are 6 characters that the ghost can possess. Both at the start of the night and directly after identifying the possessed character, you will get a grace period where no animatronic is possessed. You should use that time to send the lowest conditioned animatronic to your office to be repaired. There are multiple different cues to tell you who the possessed animatronic is. It seems like throughout the nights, new clues are introduced. However, I cannot find a distinct list of what clues get introduced each night, so I'm going to be guessing based on my experience. If you know that I'm wrong, let me know in the comments below. There are 2 clues that are introduced on night 1. The first one is pretty easy: camera flickering. When an animatronic is possessed, they have a chance to cause the camera that they are currently on to start flickering. The cameras by default flicker their lights, so this is pretty subtle, but if you look closely at an actual flickering camera, you'll be able to tell that the ghost is on it, because between the flickering, the cameras will have a brief period where they go black. That sounds pretty easy, I hear you saying, and while yes, it is, this is another part of the game that
Can
I
we
think is
fly
so
the
cool.
hind
There
like
aren't an insane amount
properly?
of
Jeez.
cameras to look through, and it's very common that multiple characters will be visible on a camera at the same time. So this brings up the possible problem. If the cameras are flickering on a camera, but multiple characters are present, how do we figure out which of the animatronics is actually the possessed one? This right here, this conflict that you have to figure out, is the main reason why I love this game so much. It's such
I'm
a
dead.
simple problem, but the way
I
you go
jumped out
about
too early.
solving it can be different depending on your playstyle. This is honestly the coolest mechanic I've ever seen out of any FNAF game, and I don't think it's ever going to be beat. So, what was my strategy? Let's start with the hypothetical that we'll use throughout this video. Let's say we're looking at a camera that has Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy present on it. The camera is flickering, so we know that either Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, or Foxy are the possessed animatronic. The first thing I would do is either send Balloon Bitch or the Marionette to the conveyor belt, since I know full well it can't be one of them. So I just pick whoever has lower condition. Then I would constantly keep my eye on all 4 animatronics on that camera until 1 or more of them left. Once they left, let's say for example Freddy and Chica leave, I would stay on the camera to see if the flickering persisted. If it did, then I'd know it can't be Freddy or Chica. Let's say Foxy left next and Bonnie stayed on the camera. If the lights stopped flickering, then I'd know for a fact it has to be Foxy. And if I really wanted to double check, I could find the camera where Foxy left to and see that the lights are still flickering. But as I've said, that is only 2 of the clues that are introduced on this night. What's the other? Handprints. I should mention that once the ghost possesses a character, only
God, I
one
played
of the
like
clues will
garbage.
become present in that character until it is found. And from what I can tell, they never switch which clue they have until the ghost is found. Handprints are pretty simple. When a possessed character leaves a camera, they will leave a handprint behind on the lens of the camera. So, let's go back to our hypothetical again. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy are all on one camera. Freddy and Chica leave, and after doing so, we spot a handprint on the lens. That means we now know that the ghost has to be in either Freddy or Chica. So, we can send either Foxy, Bonnie, the Marionette, or Balloon Bitch to the conveyor belt, and all that's left is to watch Freddy or Chica. Whoever we choose, we wait for them to leave a camera. If Chica leaves and a handprint isn't seen, that means the possessed character has to be Freddy. And with that, night 1 is in the bag. After the night, we head back to the Barrens and talk to Paul Bear again. He explains that he himself chooses to stay in the Barrens because the ghost won't go there. Pussy-ass ghost Paul Bear is afraid of another ghost. Don't question it. It's kind of like those people who are afraid of other people. What do we call those things? Oh, yeah, moderators. Anyways, night 2 time. Night 2 doesn't appear to add any new clues. However, I will take this time to talk about how Paul Bear can aid in our investigations throughout the night. If at any point you're confused on who the ghost may be hiding in, once per night you can go to the control panel and actually ask Paul Bear who he thinks it is. He'll be able to narrow it down to 2 characters.
Oh,
Do you
a
need
fresh
this
game.
nights? No.
Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in.
Kinda neat that it's available if you're struggling.
I still can't take a hind.
Throughout my playthrough
Dang.
by accident because I didn't know that clicking on this would actually cause him to give me a hint. Also, if you want to watch my full playthrough, you can do so on my second channel, Dexter Black. It's also on this night where I want to bring up the Marionette and Balloon Bitch. Since you can never actually see either of them on the cameras, you may be wondering how you're supposed to be able to tell if they are possessed. I'll talk about the Marionette later, so for now I'll talk about Balloon Bitch. His mechanic is actually incredibly simple, and I honestly think it's one of the weakest mechanics in the entire game. All you have to do to check if Balloon Bitch is possessed is look at your control panel. If his condition number is freaking the fuck out, he's possessed. If it's not, he's not. That's it. Again, I don't really think that this has a good reason for existing. Maybe the dev just wanted a 6th character so that there would be 3 on each side on the control panel, but I feel like it would have been much more interesting if you just allowed Balloon Bitch to be seen on the camera like the main 4. He could have been made to be a more challenging character. Since he's smaller than everyone else, having him hide in the cameras and be immune to the motion sensor could have been a super interesting challenge. But let me know what you guys think about Balloon Bitch in the comments. After completing night 2, we find
It was 2 of them. It was 2 of them.
a VHS tape. Watching it shows a claymation of Freddy carrying an animatronic limb up to a door. The door has a note on it that says, "Beware the Mangle." Looking up, Freddy appears to see said Mangle looming down on him, and the cutscene comes to a close. Heading back to the Barrens, we ask Paul
Camping
Bear
my
about what
body.
we saw on the tape. He says he believes that the ghost is trying to build itself a body in the form of the Mangle, and that it's possessing the other characters to bring the parts to it. Appearing that we're now on a timer, we know that we have to do something, so we head to sleep and move on to night 3. Night 3 introduces one new clue that the characters can use: camera movement. This one is pretty simple. However, I should start by explaining how the cameras work a little bit more. Typically in FNAF games, the camera will slowly pan back and forth as you look at them.
Get
In
up.
Juniors, you have to manually move the cameras to see the full picture using WASD.
That wasn't an autocannon. He backed up on me.
If you're moving the cameras, the ghost can cause it to jerk in a direction you're not moving it in. My camera got fucked a little bit, the weird control. I don't know if that was me fucking around or if that was the heathen. Whoa. My camera just fucking zipped. Using that, you can follow the exact same method as the flickering clue. However, the camera will not jerk if you aren't moving the cameras, so you'll need to get into the habit of doing that often. Although that really shouldn't be a problem since, again, you can't see the whole camera unless you move it. This is also the night where I want to talk about the marionette and how she works. Just like Balloon Bitch, you can't see the marionette on the cameras. However, you can hear her. You can tell which camera she is on by listening for the music box. If you hear it, then you know that the marionette is on whichever camera you're looking at. Fundamentally, is this different from the 4 main characters? No. However, I do think it's a super fun addition to the formula, where if we were using our hypothetical again from earlier, let's imagine all 4 of the main characters are on a camera and the camera is jerking in a random direction when we move it. Then, all 4 characters leave at the same time, but the camera is still somehow jerking. Then you notice that you've been hearing the music box the whole time and just weren't paying attention. Now you know that it has to be the marionette. It's not that it's hard to figure out, but it may be something that slips your mind as you're so focused on trying to find the ghost. I love the marionette in this game, and if you couldn't guess from my constant glaze, it's the best marionette I've ever seen out of any FNAF game. After completing night 3, we find another tape. On it, we watch the ghost leave Freddy and move to Bonnie. Then see Bonnie carry another piece of the Mangle to the secret door. This is another thing I really like about this game. Even though you can't feel it, you know both you and Paul Bear are in a race against the clock. As with every passing night, the Mangle gets closer and closer to being completed. And you know that once it's finished, your chances of winning become slim to none. Heading back to the Barrens, Paul Bear isn't present. Climbing up a ladder, we find him in a tree looking out at the brain. We tell him that our investigation ends soon. Paul Bear mentions that the spirits know he's in the Barrens with us by now, and we devise a plan to break into the secret room, the basement, and get to the Mangle before it's put together. Sharing a moment of solace together, we head back into the restaurant. Somehow, this game is actually making me care about a character, which is insane to say given the fact I'm talking about a FNAF game right now. But regardless, it's on to Night 4. Night 4 introduces the most ball-busting clue we've ever seen: camera malfunctions. This does exactly what you'd think. The possessed animatronic will cause a malfunction on whatever camera they are on. That means if we go back to our hypothetical, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and the marionette are all on the same camera. One of them becomes possessed, so we lose the ability to see that camera. Fuck. Continuing to watch the cameras, we hear the music box stop, but the malfunction continues. We now know that it can't be the marionette. All of a sudden, the camera pops back on, and all we can see is Bonnie. Well, now we know that it can't be Bonnie. Now we look around the cameras until we find the malfunctioning one again. As we look, we spot Foxy on a camera. We now know that the ghost is either Freddy or Chica. Oh fuck. You quickly check the control panel and see that Freddy and Chica are both at 15 stability. What are we to do? We don't have enough time to keep watching. So it is now our time to make a decision you will probably have to make at least once in your playthrough. Praying to the RNG gods that the ghost isn't in Freddy as you send him down the conveyor belt. Freddy finally arrives and you don't die, so you now know it has to be Chica. Realistically, this exact situation doesn't happen all too often, but I do think this malfunction clue is by far the most stressful out of all of them. I think it adds a new type of tension that the game needed. I love this clue. I think it adds a whole new interesting way of analyzing the threat. It's fantastic. After completing the night, we find another VHS. In it, we see the ghost possess Chica while she's sleeping, and she takes another piece to the basement. Heading back to the Barrens, we keep it short and sweet with Paul Bear. He says he knows of a way to the basement, and we tell him that after we wrap up our investigation tonight, we'll meet back up with him and head there to put an end to this. Heading to bed, it's on to Night 5. Night 5 adds no new clues, only being a more difficult version of Night 4, and by more difficult, I mean we have to find the ghost 7 times instead of 6. I'm really out of things to talk about when it comes to the night sections, as I've talked about everything that's relevant throughout them. All we have left to talk about now is in the basement. After completing Night 5, we get one last tape revealing all of the characters awakening the Mangle, a foreshadow of what's to come. Heading back to the Barrens, Paul Bear explains the plan. We'll go along with whatever the Mangle has planned and lure her into the Barrens and trap her forever. We say our final goodbyes to Paul Bear and enter the basement, not knowing what's ahead of us. Upon entering the basement, we're greeted to a new office. The basement serves as Night 6, the boss fight night. I'm just gonna put this out here right now. I am not a fan of Night 6, gameplay-wise at least. I think it looks great, and I think it serves excellent story purposes, but I think it's a massive step back from the core loop of the game. The basement is set up exactly how the office from FNAF 2 is. 2 open vents to your left and right, and a large hallway in front of you. You have access to a flashlight, cameras, and a Bonnie mask. Yes, it's literally just FNAF 2, even equipped with a music box to constantly wind throughout. Maybe this is the reason I don't like this night. Just kidding, it's not a maybe. Of course this is the reason I don't like it.
Dang!
I'm a FNAF 2 fan personally, so
Anti-material rifle? Ow, my foot!
Bad taste in my mouth. However, I'm not going to let that discourage me. How does this night play, and are there any redeeming qualities? Throughout the night, all you have to do is wind the music box and put on your mask whenever the animatronic enters your office. If you ever see Foxy in the hallway, flash your light at him. Guys, it's literally just FNAF 2. I really don't have to explain this to you. The characters even look different on this night, and in the extras menu, this version of them is called Withered. It's FNAF 2. That's it. That is until the halfway mark. What the fuck? We were the Mangle. What the fuck? Conveyor belt. Yo! Yo! What the fuck? Yo, the time's all fucked. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, nah. Halfway through the night, your control panel will be forced up. You'll be able to see the conveyor belt and watch as each character makes its way through. Several sticky notes ridiculing you. Every single animatronic sacrifices its body to the Mangle, and it's finally time for the final fight. The Mangle enters the building, and now is the perfect time to talk about how fucking disgusting these character models look. Especially Mangle. The level of detail in these characters is insane. Seeing Mangle on the cameras is probably the most uncomfortable thing about this entire game. She's so gross, and it's super cool. But I do have to ask the question, why the fuck do they look like this? Is the main character going insane and imagining that they look like monsters more than they do? Or did the manufacturers of these robots actually design the most fucked up, creepy robots of all time?
I gotta get a sniper, bro.
Statistics. Once you get a taste for
I
something
gotta get a
different,
better sniper. Oh! I didn't know I had this.
different is all you'll live for. Try it. Try different. And get a hit of freshness.
Anyways, once the Mangle
5. I can get that easy right now.
Now, for some unknown reason, Mangle has an owl attached to her. Does that make sense? I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I can't for the fuck of me figure out what that might be. Occasionally, this owl head will appear in either of your 2 vents. When it does, all you have to do is put the mask on until it leaves. Mangle herself has a chance to appear in the hallway. As far as I can tell, she has no sound cues, so you have to constantly check for her yourself.
I actually suck with this sniper. Never mind.
Finally, we have the most soul-sucking, nutsack-tearing, butthole-puckering mechanic in the entire goddamn game. The Ghost. The ghost can appear on any camera. You'll be able to tell because you can see her hand. When you see the ghost, all you have to do is hold the light on the camera until it disappears. You might be asking yourself, why the fuck is that a problem? That sounds even easier than the owl. Well, I almost guarantee you will never be able to see the cameras in your entire fucking life. Why? Well, as I'm sure you're aware if you've ever played a FNAF game before, when a character moves from one camera to another, it's very common for the camera to go black for a moment. This is done so that you don't see the characters teleporting out of sight. However, the Mangle moves so goddamn cock-sucking fast through the cameras that they will be black for about, I don't know, 90% of the fucking night. Meaning that very
90% of
rarely
the
will you be
fucking
able to check
night.
if the ghost is on a camera. Could we stop? Could we stop? Literally, what the fuck am I supposed to do? She
He's
literally
strafing
turns so
mad
fast, I
crazy.
can't even fucking look to
Dang
hold
it.
the light on her. I feel like this is
Gotta move, gotta move, gotta
unintentionally
move.
difficult, but it's actually so bullshit, it's not even close to fun. This is the main reason why I dislike Night 6 as much as I do. Dying because I couldn't find the ghost because I can't see the fucking cameras for more than 0.3 seconds every 14 decades is not fun. It ruins the pacing of the game and destroys all immersion I had in the situation. But if you can manage to not get fingered by the ghost, you'll survive to 6 a.m. and lure
Yeah,
the
no, we're
ghost into the
cooked. We're
Barrens.
cooked.
The ghost
Like,
grabs Paul Bear,
we're a well
revealing
done,
he
we're a
himself
well
is
done
a
steak.
costume, not an actual plush bear. Surprise, surprise. This should have been obvious. The ghost tells Paul Bear she's going to kill us, but we quickly run up behind her while she's distracted and fucking gank her ass. Dead kids! Rah! Rah! The screen cuts to black. We learn 5 years later, Juniors would reopen after some significant rebranding, focusing on, quote, family fun and above all, safety.
No! It was 3 of them behind me.
The official games. Finally, a character
They
named
actually,
Jeremy
that's
is
the
back
funny
on
part.
her
They
Freddy
actually
Fazbear's
didn't see the
job.
blue on my
Let's
name.
pause.
They didn't see the
This
blue.
twist is pretty damn cool. We saw an exact replica of the FNAF 2 office on night 6, and now we learn that Jeremy Fitzgerald is being hired. Of course, knowing the official lore, Jeremy was the night guard in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and the family fun and above all safety is something the phone guy says in
We
FNAF
lost.
2 as well, which would lead me to believe that the rebranding of Juniors was to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza in the form of the pizzeria we see in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, using the toy animatronics and the layout we find in the basement. But with that final awesome twist, Juniors comes to a close. Overall, I think Juniors is unironically the best Five Nights at Freddy's game I've ever played, even beating out the official games. Sure, I'm not the biggest fan of the maze,
Maybe.
but the rest of the game easily makes up for that shortcoming. Juniors is 100% at the
84.
top of my fan game
12
tier
gigs.
list, and I highly doubt it will be losing
God,
that position
it's 11 o'clock,
anytime
bro.
soon. But let me know what you think. Do you agree with me, or do you think Juniors is actually poopy dog shit?
What time do I gotta work tomorrow? Because if I gotta work tomorrow at like 4,
Video, I asked you
I'll
guys
be
what
alright.
your least favorite FNAF game was and why. My favorite answer was this one from Pikachu Girl Kai, who said the Jolly series, and I couldn't agree more. If you're
I gotta
wondering
work at
why I
3:30.
agree so much, I have an entire
11:30. Am I opening?
on the whole thing on this channel.
No, I'm not.
Check it out
Breeze.
after
Okay,
this
I'm.
one.
Thank
The
God.
question of this video
Whew.
is, who is your favorite
Whew.
non-official FNAF animatronic and why? With the
Finna
question
had the
video done
fear of
now,
God put in me
subscribe to the
so
channel,
quick.
I'd appreciate it a lot.
Because it's like,
I've been Dexter, and I'll see you
oh
all
my
in the next
God,
video.
please, no, don't do this to me.
Get a large two-topping Crazy Crust pizza for $6.99 from Little Caesars.
Bauer tools give you the confidence to take on challenging
Okay,
home
guys,
projects.
I just want to watch
With hundreds of
TV.
corded and cordless tools and accessories, Bauer enables you to
So,
complete tough
or not
building
TV, but I want to watch
tasks,
some YouTube real quick. So,
manage
where's you
difficult
gonna chill for a
landscaping
minute
projects, tackle demanding home renovations.
When I'm looking for
while we're
FNAF
waiting
games to
for
cover, I usually look
the
for a
whole
few baseline
thingamajigger to
things, a few bare
work
minimums.
properly?
However,
I mean, I'll
I do also
download.
look for
Jesus, I
games that
can't.
have a bit of a
Words
mystery
don't work,
aspect
bro.
to them. For example, the fact that Five Nights to Remember literally has Gooner bait built into it. I think stuff like that is pretty funny. So it's definitely something I look for when
What are we talking about?
I think stuff like
That's crazy.
I do also look for a few baseline things, a few bare minimums. However, I do also look for games that have a bit of a goofy aspect to them. For example, the fact that Five Nights to Remember literally has Gooner bait built into it. I think stuff like that is pretty funny, so it's definitely something I look for when determining which games are going to get a Dexter White video. The game I've played recently started fairly normal with a gameplay loop I enjoyed. However, near the end, something happened that was so completely out of left field, I was at a loss for words. What the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck? I'm very excited to talk about this game as I had a very fun time playing. So sit back and enjoy the ride as we dive nuts first into Animatronic Memories. Animatronic Memories starts as many official FNAF games do, that being showing a newspaper clipping asking for a security guard to monitor the building at night. Excited, jumping for joy, and kicking our feet and shit, we accept the offer and start our first night on the job. Entering our new office, we look around and notice that this place is clearly not very normal. Able to look in 3 directions, directly in front of us we have our computer, which lets us view our cameras. To our right, we see the door to our office, and to the left, we have a large window. Something I've never really understood about some buildings is why they have windows to other rooms in the building. I'm no architect, but that just doesn't really make sense. I don't know what possible purpose it could realistically serve. Also, this one has a fucking door on it. Fantastic. This game doesn't use a power system. Side note, I am so glad more FNAF games are choosing to move away from the power mechanic. I personally never found it very enjoyable, so I appreciate that many games are choosing to remove it so that your strategy can focus more on nerve control and skill rather than balancing a number. In a game where my only 3 actions are checking lights, closing doors, and watching cameras, boy do I sure love it when a central gameplay mechanic is limiting how much of those actions I'm allowed to do. It's so much fun. But anyways,
It's so much
since this game
fun.
doesn't use power and there are 2 doors, I was curious how this game would pull that off. Let's begin with the window door. This one is very easy. If you're not holding the door down manually, it will automatically rise. Simple. Now let's turn our attention to the much more interesting door, the one that's actually a door. This door, you'll notice, has 3 fuses that connect to it. Just like Five Nights at Candy's, the longer you have a door closed, the higher the meter beneath it will rise. But, unlike Candy's, this game actually used the mechanic in a much better way. If your meter is to increase fully, one of your fuses will break and the meter will reset. If you lose all 3 fuses, you will no longer be able to close the door, and the animatronics will very quickly close the gap on you and very quickly close your mouth so you don't make too much noise when they're obliterating your guts like iDubbbz obliterates his reputation. And that's really all you need to know to be able to
Shade.
play this game. The mechanics are incredibly simple, which I think a lot of people could agree with me when I say that's a breath of fresh air, especially when it seems like every new FNAF release is just trying their best to get on the max mode list. But anyways, on to the threats that this night introduces, that being Bonnie and Chica. Let's pause for a moment. I want to really take the time to appreciate these character designs. Not only are they creepy, not only are they gorgeous, but they're also extremely uncanny. Looking at these characters just makes me uncomfortable in a very unique way.
Real.
Especially Chica, like fucking ew. Anyways, let's start with Bonnie. Bonnie does exactly what you'd expect him to. He starts on the show stage, randomly walks around the cameras, and eventually lands at your door. Which again, with the way these characters look, it's just really fucking uncomfortable looking, which I love. All you need to do is close the door, and you're a-okay. He'll pound on the door, and you can reopen it. Chica is much the same, except she's fatter. Since these two are really just here to teach you the basics, beating the night is very easy. But before we can move on to night 2, we get the pleasure of talking about the very neat post-night minigames. After each night, we get to play a repairing minigame. I will say, technically speaking, these aren't really games at all, more just a holding down the mouse simulator, but I love little extra things like this. I would have enjoyed them in a game like Jolly as well, but unfortunately for that game, especially Jolly 3 Chapter 1, the minigames there take so fucking long, I'd rather rip out my own catheter than ever play them. However, in this game, they're short, sweet, and pretty fun for what they are. We're always tasked with replacing a piece of whatever animatronic is given to us. On night 1, that's Bonnie. The challenge of these nights, if you can even call it a challenge, come in the form of the character behind us, a ratchet-ass looking female balloon boy who probably has a clussy. What the fuck? Holy fuck! Throughout the minigame, you will hear her making noises behind you, slowly inching closer and closer. When she gets too close, you'll have to quickly whip around and fucking tase her, which I think is just awesome. Afterwards, she'll back up off you, and the cycle continues. Overall, not too difficult, but something extra that I think adds some spice to the game. Something you'll notice about the night sections is that they feel a lot shorter than most FNAF games, and that's because they are. But where the game lacks in length of night segments, it totally makes up for in the form of its 8-bit minigames. Usually, I fucking hate these, but I actually don't mind the minigames found here. Let's go over the post-Night 1 8-bit minigame. The purpose of these minigames is exactly what you'd think, that being introducing lore and of course sliding in some secrets that allow for a different ending. This game only has 2 of those, thankfully, so I'll be going over the process of getting the true ending right now because no shit. In the first minigame, you play as Freddy. It seems that throughout these minigames, all the characters are preparing for a party. In each minigame, whichever character you play as will have a different task to complete. Freddy's task is being a fat lazy fuck and just talking to the other characters. Wow, Freddy, you're really taking pages out of your toy counterpart's book, huh? Fat lazy piece of shit. Yeah, watch all your coworkers do the work and still take the credit at the end, dick. Anyways, completing the task is obviously not what's important in these minigames, as if you are to complete the tasks, the minigame will end and you won't be able to collect the secret item you need for the true ending. What you should really focus on doing is finding a glitched sprite somewhere around the building. Very similar to going into the glitched areas in FNAF World. For Freddy, the wall will be glitched between 2 tables at the bottom of the map. Touching this glitched area will bring you back to some black space Amori type shit. In this black space, all you have to do is find a Freddy plushie and bring it to one of the crying children. After doing so, you'll be met with a black and white animatic, in which you're in the POV of a kid entering a Fazbear location before getting lured into the back room by a man in a bunny costume. Fuck that molester, bro! Get him out! No, get that fucker out of here, bro! Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh great, I think we all know where this is going.
Elevate your game this season at Dick's. Score the latest gear from the best brands for football, soccer, volleyball, and more. Plus, choose from thousands of cleats from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and other top brands. Shop in-store or Dicks.com to make it your best season yet.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Moving on to Night 2, which introduces one new threat. That being Freddy himself, the hulking, titanous, gargantuan-ass bear. He attacks the door exactly like Bonnie and Chica, except he does something even more cancerous. He will also attack your door, except he moves through cameras a lot faster than Bonnie and Chica do. And once he reaches your door, he'll enter a lot faster than them as well. Instead of jump scaring you, he does like Phone Guy says and gets a little bit quirky, choosing to reach his hand into your fuse box and immediately break all of them, then jump scare you. Now, as cool as that is, I do have to ask the question, if he kills you after doing this, then why doesn't he just kill you? Don't get me wrong, I love little details like this and I'm not necessarily complaining, but it's a genuine question. I'm assuming the dev just didn't want to have 3 characters appear to do the exact same thing, even though, to be fair, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy all end up doing the exact same thing, just at various speeds. This is something that could be attributed to laziness, but you have to answer whether you think it is for yourself, and I'll be talking about it a little bit later. Post-Night 2 repair needs you to fix up Chica and her cupcake. Ew! Ew! Bro, this bitch is disgusting, dude. Again, this is much the same as the last one. Tootsie, which, yes, by the way, is that clown's name, is more aggressive, but it's still pretty easy to deal with. However, the Post-Night 2 minigame is different, and that makes me excited, because, would you believe me if I said this, I will actually enjoy talking about the lore in this game. I know, Crazy. Turns out, when I'm told a story where I don't have to spend a billion fucking hours searching for answers, that actually makes it fun. Anyways, in this minigame you play as Bonnie, and the goal of the minigame is to do some sweeping, aka manual labor, something Toy Freddy would avoid at all costs because he's unemployed. But fuck actually doing the task at hand, that's for retards. Instead, we're going to warp the fabric of space and time by touching a busted up table and be teleported directly to hell. Doesn't that sound way better than doing the everyday tasks of a customer service job? Awesome. Well, once you enter black space, all you need to do is find a Bonnie plush and once again give it to one of the crying children. Once again, afterwards, we get a cutscene where we're in the POV of a child, this time being bullied by some fat-ass children. Have you guys ever realized that, like, every bully that's ever existed is about the size of a Ford F-150? Whatever. We get saved by the man in the bunny suit and then immediately get betrayed and murdered. That's right, kids. Not only can you not trust your peers, you can't trust adults either. I guess we should all just give up. Night 3 time. What's the new threat introduced here? And will it have a different mechanic than everything else we've seen so far? This night introduces a fan-made character, something I don't often see when fan games use the official characters. This character's name is Anne, a female Foxy equivalent. Give me Rule 34. What? Who said that? Anyways, she begins on the Pirates Cove camera next to Foxy. She will, just like Foxy from Five Nights at Freddy's 1, move through phases on the camera until she's ready to attack. When she does, you'll be able to see her run off of the Pirates Cove camera, wherein she will then book it to your window. When she arrives, you will have to quickly close it until you hear her leave. So, hey, something new, kind of, not really, it's just another door, but
I just want to say that that was crazy. What I'm referring to, hold on.
she begins on the Pirates Cove. Night introduces a fan-made character, something I don't often see when fan games use the official characters. This character's name is Anne, a female Foxy equivalent. Give me Rule 34. What? Who said that? Anyways, she begins on the Pirates.
Brother, my brother, lock in. Brother, my brother, lock in. Brother, my brother, lock in. Please, please, lock in. Oh, we're gonna check this real quick. That says how much? 93. Oh boy. Anyways, back to this. By the time this is done, the game should be done, and then we can play some Infamous too.
Move through phases on the camera until she's ready to attack. When she does, you'll be able to see her run off of the Pirates Cove camera, wherein she will then book it to your window. When she arrives, you will have to quickly close it until you hear her leave. So, hey, something new, kind of, not really, it's just another door, but I guess that's better than nothing. Oh, did I mention Foxy also activates on this night? Well, he does. Wanna know what he does? Disappointingly, it's the exact same thing Anne does, just a lot slower. Isn't that weird? The fast-running Five Nights at Freddy's character is now slow. Like, I know he has a peg leg, so that's obviously making him move slowly, but like, goddamn, why'd you have to butcher my boy like that? He did not deserve it. But
look at how they massacred my boy.
the exact same thing Anne does. I will say that
they massacred my boy F Dog.
There are some very rare instances where it can lead to some stress while watching their timings, but the odds of this happening are pretty slim, so you probably will never even experience it. That's honestly my biggest problem with this game. It looks amazing,
okay.
I'm interested in the story, the sound design is fantastic, and you even managed to make me enjoy the 8-bit minigames. But this game has introduced 5 characters so far, and yet somehow, with 5 characters, there's only 2 mechanics to deal with all of them. And both of those mechanics are closing a door and waiting a few seconds. I've tried my best to think about how I can view this positively, but I really just can't. Sure, I personally like it when FNAF games aren't too hard and I can beat them without too much strain, but I can easily see how this game's mechanics could be a turn-off for some people. There's just not enough happening to keep a lot of people interested. We have one character to talk about who switches up the mechanics a little bit, but I still don't even think that's enough. especially given the time this game was released, that being February of 2025. You might question
That's
the
recent.
reasoning of this. Dexter, the original Five Nights at Freddy's only had one mechanic, two if you're being generous and calling Foxy a different mechanic. And to that statement, I'd agree. However, there are 2 points that I have to give to that argument. Yes, FNAF 1 only had 2 mechanics, closing the door and stalling Foxy. However, the first thing you need to acknowledge is that Five Nights at Freddy's 1 was released in 2014 and was a pioneer of an entire genre. It has been 11 years since that game's release. I think it's reasonable to expect newer games in the same genre to have evolved, and for the most part, they totally have. Look at The Joy of Creation, Taiken Sun's Lumber Co., Showman's Awakening. All of these games have added so much to the central idea that is Five Nights at Freddy's. This game just doesn't do that. On top of that, let's dive a little bit deeper into Five Nights at Freddy's 1 for a moment. While yes, the only real mechanic in that game is closing the doors for defense, we need to talk about the synergy between Freddy and Foxy. Foxy requires you to look at your cameras to stall him. If you don't, while yes, you can close the door to keep him out, with every pound your door will lose power dramatically, which incentivizes you to look at him. It seems Scott saw a potential bore in this design, so he made Freddy work the same as the others but with a twist to synergize. Freddy can't enter your office while your cameras are down, and he's the only animatronic that will never move backwards, meaning that once he's at your door, he will stay there. He's also the only door animatronic that will not break your buttons, so you don't have to close the door while you're in your office. However, on the contrary, he doesn't work the same way the other 2 door animatronics do. You can't see him when the light is on, and at the same time, Chica can be at your door while Freddy is also at it because of this. Because of this mechanic, it's very likely that Freddy will be at your door for most of the night, especially on nights 5 and 6. Since the game forces you to check your cameras to stall Foxy, this leads to you needing to close your door before you check the cameras to not have Freddy enter. This is a good synergy between 2 characters and is why I wouldn't complain about this in that game. In animatronic memories, however, there is no difference between characters that attack the same way like this. Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica all do the exact same thing. Anne and Foxy also both do the exact same thing. Sure, Freddy may break your fuses first, but that doesn't change the fact that he's still doing the exact same thing, just going to your door and killing you. He just happens to have an animation before that happens. Now, is this a bad thing? I think that's more up to a case-by-case basis. While yes, I do feel that it's boring, I still had plenty of fun playing this game, and I would still recommend it to people. I just think it's obviously important to point out flaws like this when analyzing a game. Sorry about that tangent. Moving on to the repair minigame. In this one, we're asked with fixing up Freddy, who has some insane crow's feet. Like, holy shit, this guy's old as fuck. But this doesn't change anything from the last 2, so let's move on to the 8-bit minigame. In this minigame, we play as Chica, tasked with collecting ingredients for a cake. Shut the fuck up! I don't care about your bitch-ass task! Let's go to hell! Oh, but before we do that, I should mention that there's an endoskeleton that starts spawning, and if you touch it, you die. So, like, don't do that. Anyways, once we're back in black space, you once again have to get a plushie. This time, doing so is a bit different. You'll see several eyes on the floor. Interacting with them will cause them to close. Once you close all of them, the plushie will spawn, and you can give it to the child. After doing so, we're shown another cutscene, this time in the POV of a child who wants a prize from the prize counter. The man in the bunny suit gives us a Chica plush before inviting us to the back room. Once inside, he stabs us, and the last thing we see is our Chica plushie on the floor as we bleed out. So, that's sad. Dude, that's fucking cool as shit, bro. That's cool. No, not her, please! Please, don't ruin your game. Please don't do it, please. Please, I'm begging you, don't ruin your game. Don't add a music box. Please, 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 for the love of God, don't do it. Anyways, night 4 time. This introduces Harley. What? Who the fuck is Harley? Well, the marionette, of course, duh. The marionette, thankfully, doesn't work in the way you think she does. No music box to wind because the developer of this game isn't Satan. The marionette has two different ways of attacking you, something I think is awesome. I think it's super cool when characters can do more than one thing, and I think it's something I'd like to see more often. Her first attack consists of her attempting to shut down the cameras. When she leaves her box, the camera has a chance to glitch. If it does, you have to quickly find her on one of the cameras and press a newly appearing sound disruption button to make her fuck off. The other option of attack is through your vent. I didn't even tell you guys that we had a vent because it's really never really important. Instead of glitching the cameras, when Harley leaves, she can make a bell noise as well. When you hear that, you will need to quickly check the kitchen camera and shock her ass. Because once she enters it, you're gonna be completely done for, as there's no way to stop her once she enters. Oh hey, something new! Fortunately, sound cues were added so she's not completely AIDS, but if you can beat her, which shouldn't be too difficult, we move on to the repair section where we have to fix Foxy, who, holy shit, has seen better days. God damn, what'd they do to you? First a peg leg and now they filleted you? What the fuck? But after that, we can move on to the 8-bit minigame. Hooray! In it, we play as Anne. Who gives a fuck what the task is? Let's go to the black space using another table. Hooray! This black space section is confusing. So confusing, I actually don't even know how I completed it. Basically, as you walk through black space, you'll see several character symbols on the ground. Then, at the end, you can find several symbols that you can change into a sort of code. You might think, oh hey, just input them in the order you saw them. That's what I thought too. But at least when I was playing, that was seemingly impossible. Then I noticed that a few of the squares had a symbol that no other square had. So I tried to see if each square had a unique symbol, but they didn't. Then I noticed there was this dark rabbit symbol that didn't appear anywhere else in black space. So I tried to input that into each square, but that also didn't work because not every square had one. I'm so serious, I have no idea what the intended puzzle is here. I ended up just randomly guessing it, and eventually I got it. I guess set that to Foxy. Set this to Bonnie. Set this to Chica. I literally do not know what I did. I promise you, I literally do not know what I did, but I did it. If you guys have any idea what the intended solution to this puzzle is, please let me know in the comments. But once you get the plush and give it to the child, we take another look at another cutscene. This time, the man just ganks some random ass kid who was just standing there minding their own business and murders them. No motive. Jesus Christ.
You're telling me they're gonna kill me, I'm gonna die? I'm telling you they're gonna kill me, I'm gonna die. They're gonna kill me, I'm gonna die.
I'm not going to bother talking about Night 5 since it's just a harder version of Night 4. Additionally, there's no repair section after this night, only being one final 8-bit minigame. In this one, we play as Foxy. Going into black space, we can place all the plushies we've collected on podiums, which will give us the Foxy plush. Placing it on the final podium will spawn one final child, and the minigame will end. Being tossed into one final cutscene, we see another kid get shanked to death. Amazing and deserved. Shouldn't have been a child, dumbass. But what about Night 6? Well, of course, as usual, we were told not to come back tonight, but we said fuck it, we ball, and decided to come back anyways. Nobody was present, we enter the office, but get a strange feeling that we're being watched. Night 6 is just a harder version of Night 5, but however, if you got the bad ending by not collecting the plushies in the black space and the 8-bit minigames, this night will be completely different, but we'll cover that later. After completing the night, a literal masterpiece of a cutscene plays out. Seriously, I can't undermine how amazing this cutscene really is. It starts with us standing in front of the arcade machine. Our suspicions are confirmed when Afton comes up behind us and fucks our shit up, knocking us out. Soon after, the arcade game glitches as fuck, and all of the animatronics walk into the back room. And let me tell you, they're itching to serve up a knuckle sandwich. Jesus Christ, cut that out, that's corny as fuck. Afton pulls out a shocking device to fuck with the robots, which shuts them down. Thinking he's won, Afton lets his guard down. That's when the spirits of the children attack him. They loosen a pipe on the wall and break it off. They shove Afton onto it, and as the pipe impales his chest, his lungs fill with blood. He slowly dies, staring at the ones whose lives he so easily took. We wake up to see the souls disappearing, finally able to rest. We leave the building, and animatronic memories comes to a close. That is, if you chose to do the true ending. And even though that final cutscene is actually a cinematic masterpiece, I actually think the bad ending is more enjoyable. Why? Well, if you don't collect the plushies, when you re-enter the building on the overtime night, instead of entering the office, we go into an unknown room with several bags laid on the floor. Opening them up, we find the actual fucking remains of the children. What the fuck? This game is so cool. Caught off guard, Afton kills us. However, before we can pass on, a shadow rabbit pulls us into the darkness and we enter another fucking dimension. What the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck? That's right, the overtime night in this game is different depending on which ending you get, and goddamn, that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. You'll notice that this office is set up in the same way as the normal office, having 3 directions to look in, one your desk, another your door, and the final being your window. Let's go over each threat because there's a few of them. Starting with the shadow rabbit, you'll have to constantly watch your cameras in case he appears on one of them. When he does, you have to press the big goofy ass red button on your desk to make him disappear. And that's really it for him. And that's actually the only reason you ever have to check the cameras. So, how do the other characters add anything of substance? I'm glad you asked. I'm gonna tell you because it's a fucking review, dumbass. You'll also notice on your desk you have 2 masks. Now, if you're anything like me, seeing these 2 things scare you a little, but I promise, the mechanic with these 2 isn't ass at all. Occasionally, you'll see either a fucked up baby clown face or a Ballora looking face appear on your static monitors. Whichever face you see is the mask you will have to put on until the face goes away. Bada bing, bada boom, that's another threat down. Now, the main threats we're being attacked by in the bad ending are the souls of the children, because by not collecting the plushies, we've basically been neglecting them. At your door is where Bonnie attacks. The door starts closed and is closed most of the night, with you actually not even being able to open it. Occasionally, Bonnie will attempt to force it open, and flashing your light at him will cause the door to close. Leave it open for too long, and I bet you can guess what'll happen. Moving back to your desk is where Chica will attack. Chica herself doesn't kill you, but she can be a pain in the ass if you're not ready for her. Right before the hour is about to turn, she'll reach onto your desk to pause your clock. Click her and she'll leave. But you have to be fast. If she manages to pause your clock, you'll have to complete that hour again, making the overall night last longer. This is honestly a mechanic I think is pretty damn interesting. While yes, it's annoying if you don't catch her, the way to beat her is easy enough that it isn't bullshit to deal with. Easy mechanic with a horrific consequence. I love it. Moving to your window is where Foxy and Ann are. Sadly, once again, both do the exact same thing. Occasionally, they'll pound on your window, which is now boarded up by metal bars. All you have to do is hold your flashlight on them and they'll eventually leave. Very basic. Once again, literally identical to Bonnie, just in a different location. Shine your flashlight, they leave. The final threat is Freddy, who, once again, like Chica, can't kill you by himself, but is a big annoyance. Occasionally, he'll jump in front of your face and block your view. You'll have to spam the spacebar to pull him off you and dropkick him through a chain link fence. But after that, those are all the threats. If you can manage to hold off long enough, you'll enter one last cutscene, albeit not as grandiose as the true endings. You manage to escape the grasp of the souls. As you attempt to pass on, you look back and see the souls desperately trying to pull you back into the darkness. Escaping the souls, leaving them behind to suffer forever. You move on to the afterlife, and finally fucking die. So yeah, very stark contrast between the 2 endings. I actually felt like there was a major difference, unlike in most FNAF games, which I can definitely appreciate. But with that, as far as I'm aware, that's all Animatronic Memories has to offer. Overall, I think Animatronic Memories is an enjoyable experience. I only got one ending in my playthrough, and I probably wouldn't want to get the other. Not because I don't want to see it, but because of how lackluster the gameplay loop is. With there really only being 2 mechanics, closing doors and shocking the puppet, I don't want to discourage anyone from giving this game a try. It's fun to play, it's an engaging story that's easy to follow, and that is something I can definitely appreciate. But what do you think? Do you agree with me? Or do you think that this game is actually perfect in every way? Let me know in the comments below. In my Pop Goes video, I asked you guys what your top 10 favorite FNAF games were, and my favorite answer is this one by Steel Sword 77. I just think that it's a really funny joke comment because nobody in their right mind would say Sister Location is their favorite FNAF game. And let's not even talk about the hilarious joke where he put Ultimate Custom Night above the Glitched Attraction, Return to Bloody Nights, Joy of Creation, and Flumpties. That's just hilarious. Great joke, buddy. The question of this video is, what is your least favorite fan game, official or fan-made, and why? With the question of the video being asked, I've been Dexter, and I'll see you all in the next video. See ya!
What's up, Stephen Curry? The new
Ugh. The game is done. Excuse me. Bruh.
trailer for GOAT is here.
I'm literally gonna lose my mind.
Come on. Hey, Will, would you happen to have that rent?
I just need a little more time.
I got mouths to feed. I don't need one more. Hey, Will.
Oh, hey guys.
It's 2014, and the horror game department isn't exactly thriving, with most titles coming from AAA developers like Silent Hill and Resident Evil. But it's also at this time that solo indie developers really started to get into the genre. 2 years prior, we got the legendary Slender the Eight Pages, and in 2014, we got
I've never
Tales
played
from
that,
the
and I
Slender
will
Empire.
eventually.
It's also
Just,
around this
I'm
time a year
terrified
ago
of
now
Slenderman.
that Five
Like,
Nights
I
at
don't.
Freddy's dropped to
That is
wide acclaim.
like a
But first for
serious
its
fear that
genre,
I
however,
never was able to
this
get over.
game started one of the worst trends in all of horror games. Jump scares being the main form of horror. Now don't get me wrong, Five Nights at Freddy's did far more to be scary than just jump scares. But at the time, I feel like nobody was really talking about that. Everyone was focused on jump scares, and other indie devs took this trope to the moon. There was
Of
one
course.
developer that saw this new and growing trend and realized how much of a joke the jump scare had become, and made it their mission to craft a game that parodied what horror had become. Parodies have always been popular, with some well-known examples being the Starving games, Deadpool, and One Punch Man. But I argue that the game we will be looking at today, while still being a parody, actually produced horror that was more terrifying than the games it was aiming to make fun of. I welcome you to relax and look back on the 2014 classic, Spooky's House of Jump Scares. Before we
Never
begin,
heard of
in
it.
the last video, I asked you all what your favorite RPG was and why. My favorite response was this one by Fredbear is Frightening. They chose Undertale, and I 100% agree. Not only is Undertale my favorite RPG, it's also my favorite game of all time. I could go over my reasons, but that would have to be its own video. Without further ado, let's get to the
Speaking
game.
of Undertale, I
I
have
should
to play
start by
that at some
mentioning,
point.
yes, I know the name of the game is Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, but that name change didn't happen until 2016 when the dev received a cease and desist from Spooky's House Studios, when they claimed Spooky's House of Jump Scare infringed on their trademark. Very cringe from Spooky's House, honestly, get over yourself, but whatever. It's Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion now. Spooky's gameplay loop is as simple as it can possibly get. You thought the FNAF formula was easy? Yeah? Try walking through rooms. Riveting, isn't it? The goal of Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion is to make it through 1,000 rooms, and all you get to do so is a health bar, a stamina bar, and a little room counter. How hard could it be? For the first 300 rooms, every 50 rooms you will reach an elevator where you can save, read a motivational poster, and descend deeper into the mansion. After 300 rooms, you will only get an elevator every 100 rooms. The game does this to make sure that your asshole stays puckered for the entire experience. Let's start with the first 50 rooms. But before you begin, in Room 0 you meet the main antagonist of the game, Spooky herself. Her dialogue could very easily mislead you into thinking that the game will solely poke fun at horror game cliches, and trust me, it definitely does do that, but also trust me when I say it does a whole lot more. Rooms 1 through 50 act as a very simple get to know the game area. You'll walk through rooms that look identical, have minimal if any furniture, and occasionally find a note left by someone.
Once you get a taste for something different, different is all you'll live for.
Who had entered the mansion before you. If you thought there would be monsters in this game, you'd be correct. The game refers to them as specimens, so I will do so as well. The only specimen that can appear in the first 50 rooms is Specimen 1. Specimen 1 is just a cardboard cutout. There are actually several different Specimen 1s that can appear. They can't damage you or end your game, they're just there to serve as a jump scare. Rooms 51 through 99 is where the game really begins to change. Now you will find rooms that are mazes with giant abysses that you'll have to traverse through. Let me tell you right now, I cannot stand these rooms, and it will become very apparent why later, but just keep these rooms in mind for now. Upon reaching room 60, you'll find a large green puddle on the ground. There's also a note in this room written in blood. It reads, "Spouting, splashing, soaking, innards ingest invoking, nailing never stops the choking." Fun fact, if you take the first letter of each of the lines, it spells sin. Don't know if that was intentional, but thought I'd point it out. Once you finish reading this note, you learn how the rest of this game will play out. As you turn around, you'll be greeted by Specimen 2. This fucking thing. The wiki says it's also known as gel, but I have no idea where it got that from, since I'm unaware of any time the game refers to it as such. But regardless, Specimen 2 is the first real example of the threats that you'll be seeing in this game. Chases. You will be chased through several rooms by the remaining of the specimens covered. Specimen 2 will chase you through 10 to 19 rooms, which it chooses randomly when the chase begins. It can stop sooner than that if you reach an elevator room or a room with importance, such as a room like room 60 where you first met Specimen 2. During his chase, you'll see green puddles on the floor. Walking on these puddles will slow the player down, making it more likely for Specimen 2 to catch you. If Specimen 2 comes into contact with you, he will deal damage to your health, which slowly recovers over time, and I do mean slowly. Specimen 2 is in a group of specimens I will call floaters. Floaters fucking suck. By far my least favorite type of specimens. Since they float, if while being chased you happen to be unfortunate enough to find an abyss maze room while you have to traverse the maze, floaters can float right over the abysses. So if you accidentally take a wrong turn and have to turn around, guess who's right fucking behind you? After completing Specimen 2's scripted chase, you're more than likely safe until room 100. However, I should mention that with every specimen that chases, after their first chase, which is always scripted and can always be predicted, any of the specimens you've already seen can randomly spawn and begin to chase you in any room. So even after Specimen 2's first chase, even before you reach room 100, there is still a chance you'll be chased by him again. And then he could chase you again in room 604, 312, 506, whatever, you get it. Now that we'll be entering rooms 101 and beyond, you should have a pretty simple understanding of how this game plays. So let's just talk about the interesting shit, the specimens and their chases. Upon reaching room 120, you enter an area of GL Labs. After walking around, you'll find several glass containers with weird looking creatures inside, before finding one container that has been broken open. You'll find a table that has a note and a key card. The note is from a GL lab assistant who explains how difficult it has been to contain Subject 5, who is also Specimen 3. Using the key card, you can enter the next room of the lab, where you'll find a large hole in the ceiling. After reading a note covered in blood, Specimen 3 will drop from a hole in the ceiling, and its chase will begin. Specimen 3 is probably the easiest to get away from. Specimen 3 isn't a floater, and it can drop from any of the holes it makes in the ceiling. However, it takes it 4 to 8 seconds for it to drop through the hole, meaning as long as you get through a room in less than 4 seconds, you'll never even see Specimen 3. Specimen 3 will chase you for 9 to 19 rooms before leaving you alone. Once you get to room 165, you'll find yourself in a school with a flashlight. Entering rooms and reading notes from students, you'll learn that there was supposedly a myth that there was a ghost that ate children who stayed in the school after hours, and that a girl named Matsuri hasn't been to school in a few days. After reading the notes, Specimen 4 appears and her chase begins. Specimen 4 is what I'm guessing to be the ghost that was talked about in the notes. She's a floater and can phase through walls. Why is phasing through walls a problem? Well, while most rooms are usually a straight line, some rooms have U-turns or are a big spiral. The problem being, since she can move through walls, dealing with these two types of rooms while being chased by her are really ass because once she goes into a wall, you won't be able to tell where she is until she fucking hits you. Super dumb, and I hate it. Room 220 is where you meet Specimen 5. Hands down my least favorite specimen to deal with. Why is that, you ask? Well, let me show you this really awesome thing that he does. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh my god. What is this? I can't handle this. What the fuck? Oh my god, my poor eyes. What the hell is that? Oh my god, what am I looking at? What the... Oh my god! What the fuck is that noise? Oh, 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 I don't like it. Please don't be dead end. You are such a piece of balls. You eat nuts. You eat nuts for lunch. Isn't that fucking awesome? I can't see shit, can you? I can't stand this guy. And I think the game somehow knew that because I was chased by this fucker more times than any other specimen. If you want to see how many times it happened, you can watch my full playthrough on my second channel, Dexter Black. Room 250, you meet Spooky, who congratulates you for making it a quarter of the way through the rooms. She leaves you a gift. Upon opening it, it says, "Look behind you." When you do, multiple versions of Specimen 1 appear, and you're free to continue. Room 310. Oh, room 310. How you bend me over and rail me in the ass. This room is where you meet, hands down, one of the most frustrating specimens this game has to offer. In this room, you read notes that tell you the story of a puppeteer who drowned while trying to save his puppets, which were thrown into a river by the townsfolk from the town he lived in. He refers to his puppets as his children. At the end of the room, you meet Specimen 6. And what does he look like? This. This is what he looks like. Isn't that awesome? Specimen 6's chase makes me want to put my penis in a blender. You don't get to run from Specimen 6. In fact, calling his chase a chase is very generous because he's not chasing shit. He's by far the fastest specimen in the whole game with one weakness. He's a weeping angel, aka can't fucking move unless you're not looking at him. Think you can outrun him? Bullshit. No, you can't. If you want to escape him, you have to look at him, since he basically teleports behind you instantly if you look away. Because of this, traversing through rooms becomes a slog that takes 30 years off of my life and makes me lose hair faster than a 40-year-old man. F-tier specimen, I hate you. If you thought these specimens kept getting worse and worse already, be prepared for the streak to continue because this next one makes me want to cover my penis in honey and place it into a badger hole. Upon reaching room 410, we meet this little cat. It asks us if we're lost and a bunch of other shit that I'm not even going to begin to try and comprehend. I know it has something to do with conscientiousness, but for God's sake, I'm just trying to play a game, not be a philanthropist. So if anyone would like to kindly explain in the comments in great detail, I'll probably pin it so anyone who actually cares can read about it. Anyways, Specimen 7. Specimen 7 is a giant fucking wall of corpses. Life is amazing sometimes, actually. During this chase, the rooms you run through are significantly different than the normal rooms, as they're slightly more complex with how many twists and turns they have. You'll get a bunch of weird graphics on the walls, and Specimen 7 takes up the entire room and will slowly move towards the direction of the player. Unlike most specimens who deal damage upon coming into contact with you, if you come into contact with Specimen 7, you will lose immediately. It's so crazy how the rope just appeared around my neck. In room 500, you meet Spooky again, who tells you that she's fixed up the door for you. Didn't know it needed to be fixed, but okay. Room 550 is where the game gets interesting again. You'll find yourself in this forest-like area where you can walk through cabins and more forest filled with deer. These deer will attack you, by the way. Awesome. This is also where you acquire the only other forever item in the game, the axe. Swinging the axe uses a bit of stamina, however, hitting a specimen with an axe will usually stun it for a moment, as well as decreasing the amount of rooms it will chase you through. I never knew this while playing, but I wish I did, because some of these chases feel like they can last a while. Once you reach room 559, you get to meet Specimen 8, Deer Lord. It's exactly what you think it is. A deer that is a lord. He's a floater that can go through walls, and he'll leave a static overlay on your screen. He also cannot be damaged by your axe. Room 610 is when you enter another GL Labs location. This one is much more futuristic looking and the power is out. You eventually turn it back on, only for it to go out again. You read a note from a presumably dead lab assistant, which explains how to survive Specimen 10. Then Specimen 10 appears. Who the fuck would have guessed? Specimen 10 is just another specimen that makes me want to rip my pubic hair out and eat it. Just like Specimen 6, you can't run from this guy. If you have too far of a distance from Specimen 10, it will transform into a fucking worm and move at a speed faster than your sprint speed and promptly kill you. So you're forced to slowly walk through with it. I hate this guy. Only because it felt like every chase with him took about 12 decades. Once you reach room 710, you'll find yourself in a fast food restaurant. You find various notes around from an employee detailing their weird experiences in the restaurant. Once you find some keys, you'll enter the freezer, which contains the key to be able to unlock the door which allows you to leave the restaurant. Upon leaving the freezer, you meet Specimen 11. Specimen 11, by far, has the most frustrating and disgusting mechanic I've ever seen. Specimen 11 does quite a few interesting things. Not only does it move at the same speed as your walking speed, once it gets close to you, it will speed up greatly, so don't let that happen. It also at any time can fuck your screen with flashing hallucinations because seeing isn't important. And then, the icing on the cake, the mechanic that makes me want to piss in a cup and drink it, Specimen
Ew.
11 will make the doors dis the fuck appear. That's right. I really hope you've memorized the layouts of the rooms you've been seeing, because if you forgot where a door spawns, especially in an open room, have fun getting pegged in the asshole because this fucker sucks ass. Once you reach room 750, you meet Spooky again. Her gift for you this time is infinite stamina. Isn't that great? Of course, this comes with a consequence. Maybe your axe has a cooldown now, or maybe you lose some of your max health. Nope. Try no more sprinting, fucker. That's right, you can't sprint anymore. But hey, your axe can be swung infinitely. That's cool, I guess. Thank God, after 15 rooms, you lose your infinite stamina and are able to run again. Room 810 is something else. 810 is a two-story Victorian-style mansion, and this mansion that you're in is Specimen 12. You might be asking yourself, if the mansion is the specimen, how is it supposed to harm you or chase you? Well, from notes that you read around the building, you learn that the house can manifest itself into things, and it chooses to manifest itself into an old man that wanders the mansion. Thank God, every encounter with the old man is scripted, so you don't have to worry too much. While in some rooms you will hear the old man coming. When you do, you'll have to hide in whatever room you're in using things around the room, usually some boxes or a closet. Once he eventually leaves the room, you're free to leave your hiding spot and continue. Eventually, you find a book, which you insert into a shelf in the library, which reveals a trap door.
You sleep with anyone since Miami?
That's what you're thinking about right now?
Oh, like you don't think about
You
it.
having sex with other girls? No.
Yeah, you do.
While underground, you hide from the old man again, find a key that will get you out of the mansion, and then all you have to do is walk back out of the trapdoor and leave the mansion. I don't know where I'm going now. What the hell does this key go to? Do I gotta go back out? Is there another locked door? Oh, right, to get out of the fucking mansion. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Nah. Nah, 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 nah. I got an axe, dude. Nope, 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 no, 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 no. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. Once you try to leave the underground, the old man begins to chase you just like any other specimen. His chase doesn't go on for that many rooms, so you should be fine, but holy fuck, did him appearing scare the shit out of me. Room 910 is where we meet one of the final specimens. In this area of the game, we read several notes from marine biologists about whales in captivity. In order to enter the next room, we must shut down the water supply. Once we do so, we may exit this room and enter the next section of the game, which you'll find is flooded with water. We find a naked girl sitting on a crate in the water. Upon approaching her, she jumps into the water and the chase begins. That's right, if it wasn't obvious, that girl is Specimen 11. After losing her and going through a few more rooms, we find something that breaks the pattern we've been used to thus far. Room 995 is an elevator room. Usually elevators have only been in rooms that were multiples of 100. This room is the final save point, and there's only 5 rooms left to go through. Once you reach room 1000 and exit, you'll find yourself outside. The game will display a fake crash screen and Spooky will appear, looking defeated. She congratulates you, albeit not very happy about it. Then we hear something scream. Oh no. You may have noticed that when talking about the specimens, I skipped specimen 9. That's because up until this point, we've never seen them. The screams that we hear now are specimen 9's. When Spooky hears this, she immediately perks back up and tells us that we have one final test to complete before we can leave. A door appears, and upon entering, we find ourselves in a very white room. We find a table with a radio on it. A voice says, "I'm taking all those logs they keep throwing out, and I'm nailing them together." Upon leaving this room, we start a final boss battle with Specimen 9. This boss battle is pretty straightforward. Specimen 9 only has a few attacks. One attack will make 3 to 5 large poles appear from the ground. You have to keep moving because they will appear wherever you're standing. Another attack is a large shadow hand that will follow the player, before multiple shadow hands appear from the ground in an attempt to grab you. Specimen 9 can spawn a few little monsters that slowly walk towards you. You can hit them with your axe to kill them. And its final attack is shooting a few bright balls at you. If you use your axe to knock the balls back at Specimen 9, it will come down to the ground and you can swing your axe to deal damage. Doing this enough times will cause Specimen 9 to die and for the game to end. Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion actually has 2 endings, the good ending and the bad ending. I got the good ending in my playthrough, and I think it's likely that most other players would as well, since, unlike most games that have multiple endings, getting the good ending is undoubtedly easier than the bad ending. In order to get the bad ending, you need to have at least 20 violence points before beating the final boss. You get violence points by swinging your axe at certain things. Swinging your axe at the cardboard cutouts, Specimen 1's, will get you 1 point. Hitting the deer that appear in the outside area get you 2 points, and hitting Specimen 2, 3, 4, 6, and 11 give you 3 points. Once you beat the final boss, if you don't have at least 20 violence points, the ceiling will collapse on you, killing you instantly. Spooky relays this information to you, and it's shown that she has made you a part of her ghost army which will invade the world. This is the good ending. If, however, you do have at least 20 violence points, the ceiling will not collapse and Specimen 9 will die. And Spooky will tell you how much she liked watching you swing your axe around, and says you'll make a great specimen, thereby making the player a monster that will chase other visitors through the mansion for eternity. I should mention that this game has 2 DLCs, the Dollhouse and Kiminari Hospital. I won't be covering those in this video since this video is already getting pretty long, but if you're interested in hearing me cover them, definitely let me know down below. Since the DLCs are canon, I actually think that the bad ending is the canon ending to the game. Since you die in the good ending, there's no possible way you'd be able to do what plays out in the DLCs. And since you use your axe in the DLCs, I think it's much more likely that the bad ending where you live is much more likely to be the canonical ending to the game, which I find very interesting. So that was Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. I watched multiple YouTubers play this game when I was a kid, and revisiting it as an adult gave me a much larger appreciation for it. Not only is this game a parody, it's a parody that performs better in every department than the games it parodies. Even though every single specimen and event is a reference that pokes fun, it still somehow does it better than the games it's referencing. And I don't care what anyone else thinks, this game is fucking scary. Every single chase, I was tense the whole time. That's something that horror games can never usually do for me. I'm never usually scared the whole time. And I think it's incredibly impressive that this game can do that. I also can't not mention the score in this game. Akuma Kira is such a talented composer. Every song in this game is perfect. The music adds such a strong atmosphere to a game that would otherwise really need it. Each specimen has its own chase theme, and their themes fit so well with their characters. This game is amazing in all departments. But let me know what you think in the comments. Before I go, the question of the video is, which non-DLC specimen from Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion is your favorite and why? With the question being asked, I've been Dexter, and I'll see you all in the next one. See ya!
At Zaxby's, you can lemon pepper any way you want. Get lemon pepper wings, lemon pepper sandwiches, or lemon pepper fingers. Now that's lemon pepper perfection. Zaxby's Lemon Pepper Dry Rub. Who's got the sauce?
So, I have an incredibly serious question for all of you. Have you ever played a game that just made you think to yourself, why? So then, in search to answer that question, you play it again, and come out of it the second time still not knowing. So then you start to itch to find someone, anyone, who wonders the same why. I need to know why. So I'm gonna ask you guys. I need to talk about this game. I can't help it. I can't contain myself. I've been struggling to go to sleep at night. I sit up all night and shiver like, because I just cannot for the life of me fathom a single possible reason as to why. The game I'll be talking about today is called Moozy. It's a mascot horror game made by a really young kid. I think he's like 14 or something like that. Crazy that he made a game, but I need to preface that while I'm very aware that this game was made by a child, I will still be critiquing it in the way I would critique any other game. My nuts are quaking as I'm writing this script because I'm so desperate to get this video finished and put out. I'm so excited to see the discussions and insight of this game in the comments, so without further ado, let's hop in to Moozy. Before we even get into the game, I already need to complain about the title screen. Again, I can't fucking help myself. I'll go mad if I don't point this out. Look at the title screen right here. Do you see it? Yeah? Do you see it with your eyes? Do you notice what's wrong about this title screen here? Oh, you don't see it? Well, let me point it out for you. Why, in God's green fuck, is the exit button all the way to the left and the new game button all the way to the right? Is this nitpicky? I feel like I'm being nitpicky, but at the same time, I feel like it just doesn't look right. Does this not bother you? Imagine you opened up a book and you found out you had to read the whole thing from right to left. Or how about if you had to read the book from bottom to top? What about if and you had to point the book at a in order to read it? I can't stand this. I'm gonna pull my pants down and drop cheeks on my desk.
What did I just tune back
I need
into?
to relax. We haven't even gotten into the game, and I've already started to lose my shit. Surely now that I've gotten that out of the way, that attitude won't come back later in the video. So, Moozy opens to us sitting on a desk with a contract, just labeled contract, in front of us. Briefly reading through, it seems like we're being brought on as a detective to investigate, I don't know, some fucking shit. Do you care, dear viewer? Do you really care about the Moozy lore? Or are you just here to watch
A
me
little.
lose my mind? Anyways, this
A little bit of both.
contract has such beauties as explaining that there is a main component of the complex we will be investigating, and then immediately listing two components. And my favorite line, the detective agrees to use his/her best efforts and professional skills to successfully fulfillment of the assigned task. Successfully fulfillment. I love this game already. Loading into the real meat and potatoes of this game, we're greeted to an opening room just absolutely full of shit. Oh yeah, I should mention that this building is also a kindergarten. Somebody really just saw Garten of Banbad and said, yeah, I could do worse. Heading into the next room would lead you to question what the point of the first room was at all. The first room looked like a place where kids were meant to play, but then this next room is yet another place where it looks like kids are meant to play. Amazing, Moozy.
really getting me immersed. Anyway, it's in this room where we'll play with our first task. Find a gun and shoot these 3 targets to unlock a door. Okay, back the fuck up. The only way to unlock this door is to have precise, dead eye like accuracy with a gun. By the way, there are 2 other doors in this same room which require a key fob access to open, but no, not this door. This door is different. This door would greet you at the bar, tell you it's not like other doors, spill us wine on your shirt, you drunkenly take it home, and wake up with gonorrhea. So anyways, where do you get this gun? You walk
Gondorria.
right next to the door to a gift machine and press a comically large button. Now, this gun doesn't shoot real bullets, but why would you make it so easy for the kids that are clearly meant to be playing in this same room easy access to a fake firearm that shoots shit? I don't know about you, but I was a punk ass little kid. If I had access to this game's gun, I'd be shooting the other kids square in the dome. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that this gun acts as the grab pack from Poppy's Playtime or the drone from Garten of Banban. Kind of just that main gimmick that you have. But now I need to talk about actually opening this door. How do you think it unlocks? Maybe you just shoot all 3 targets? Maybe you have to find a pattern and shoot the targets in the right order? Wrong. I had no idea what to do at this section, and for a moment, I honestly thought that shooting the targets was not what you were supposed to do, even though there was a giant illustration above the door telling me exactly what to do. This is when the game decides to show a hint in the top corner of the screen, telling me that the ingenious way to unlock this door was indeed to shoot all the targets, but you had to shoot them really fast. How fast? I don't fucking know. I just kept shooting at them until it eventually worked. Thank you, Muzi. This next room is AIDS. You walk in and find yet another fucking room where children are meant to play. Holy god shit. Also, you're telling me that a child is meant to have fucking Hawkeye ass aim at top speeds? Bullshit. No kid is that talented. Have you ever met a kid? I have, and I hated it. Anyways, this next room plays the coolest music track I've ever heard in my whole life. It's about a 7-second long track played on loop, and it's the most abhorrent music I think I've ever heard in my entire life. I'd rather have the soundtrack be the sound the microwave makes when your food is ready. Thankfully, the creator added in a button to shut that shit off, which I pressed the moment I noticed it was there. On the ground is a blue key. Looking all around you, notice that there are 4 areas which have different minigames in them. The blue key you just picked up unlocks access to the fun zone. Can you guess what the fun zone is? If you guessed another area where kids are meant to play, you'd be right. Congratulations, you've earned a sticker that says fucking genius on it. In the fun zone, all you have to do is find another key. Riveting gameplay. My asshole's quaking right now. I think I'm about to drop a deuce in my chair. Using this key, we can unlock snake jumps. When you first walk into the snake jumps area, you're greeted to the most ugly and decrepit, cartoony ass, stupid ass, dumb ass, bitch ass snake you've ever seen in your life. Is this character going to act as an antagonist? And will he kill you if you don't complete the next task successfully? Nope. Instead, it's just gonna sit there and look at you. What's the point of this snake? Oh, I don't know. Probably so YouTubers have something to put in their thumbnails, because nobody wants to put a picture of the main character in their thumbnail because the character looks atrocious, and nobody would want to click on the video out of fear of contracting a stage 3 terminal illness? Yeah, it's probably that. Anyways, in this game there are buttons of different shapes laid out all over the floor, and you have to step on the correct buttons based on what shapes are glowing on the wall. So there's also a difficulty button in this game, and you can set the game to be easy or hard. What's the reward for picking hard? Well, if you had guessed a special key that unlocks a hidden door in the first room of the game that doesn't fucking appear until you acquire this key, you'd be absolutely fucking wrong. Doing this game on hard mode does literally nothing. Thank you, Muzi. After beating this game, the giant snake reaches into its fat, voluptuous snake ass and spits out a key. This key allows you to enter the next minigame, Slippery Parkour. Oh my god, this section makes me want to rip my foreskin off. It's exactly what you think it is. Just a stupid Roblox obby thrown into this survival horror game because fuck you, why not, right? It doesn't help that this game kind of controls like old people shit, slippery as shit, and does whatever it wants, whenever it wants. I opted to play this game on hard difficulty since I played the last one on easy, and oh my god, Doing the first jump, let alone the whole thing, took so much time. I honestly think it'd be quicker if you were to, I don't know, watch paint dry, maybe watch some grass grow. I don't know, but I was just so unnecessarily bad at this part. But once you get to the top, you get another key, and we can move on to the last minigame, Buckbee Maze. You might be asking yourself, what is Buckbee? And shut up, I'll get there, okay? Damn it. Buckbee is another stupid and unneeded character in this game, but whatever. This minigame is just a maze, with the awesome catch that the fucking walls move whenever they want, meaning mapping out the maze in your head is just impossible. Thank you, Moozy. Once you get to the end of this maze, Bubkey jumps out at you and promptly falls over. I personally like to believe he had a stroke and died, and then I teabagged him, slapping my nuts on his forehead. Also, for some reason, his jump scare noise is a lion roar? I have no words. But behind the now nut-ridden corpse of Buckbee is another key. Aren't horror games going in such a great direction? You use this key and insert it into a prize machine. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what my prize is. What could it be? You actually get two prizes here. One is a key fob, very helpful, and the other is another gun that shoots faster. Keep in mind that you've never once used your previous gun except to unlock the big door to this room. Why the fuck am I already getting another one that just shoots a little bit faster? I don't know. Speaking of, why haven't I been made to use my gun? It's the main gimmick, isn't it? Now's a good time to mention that I need to spoil something for you guys about this game, because I just cannot contain my why and confusion. That first door shooting puzzle is literally the only time in this entire game where you need to use your gun. Why the fuck are you even given it? It's so stupid. Oh my god, I'm gonna push over an old lady in a wheelchair. Anyways, with this key fob, we can now open a previously locked door and open to a boring looking industrial area of the building.
This is an unfinished film. You can take over as director if you like. There are some scenes missing, but that's so you can try out some review ideas. What are these guys running from? Is it like zombies? Or the cops? Or are they trying to save someone? Like, they could be launching themselves off and like an octopus tries to like grab it out of the air or something. Literally anything is possible. The world is your oyster, as they say.
These mascot horror games sure know how to be as uncreative as possible, don't they? This is where the game really just turns into a walking simulator, so I'm not gonna waste your time too much. We enter an elevator, which takes us to the darkest room of all time. Then we solve a stupid switch puzzle to get a key fob, which unlocks a door. Inside of this room, we see this thing. I don't know what this mannequin-looking ass actually is, but we clearly need to get to where it is, which is behind some glass. Now, one might think that you, I don't know, use the fucking gun you have to shoot and break the glass? But no, that'd make too much sense for Moozy. Instead, you have to find and pick up a wrench, and then throw the wrench at the glass. I don't understand why the developer added a gun mechanic for it to do absolutely nothing at all. Behind the glass, we find an illustration of the switches from the previous room in a specific order. Inputting that into the switches opens a large gate into a random, low-detailed, low-effort, giant-ass industrial room. In this room, we see a smaller room that needs a key fob to open. We find out that the fob is on top of this giant platform in the sky, but the elevator to get to that platform is missing a battery. So, after about 10 minutes of looking, and all the hair in my head falling out, I find a comically large battery underneath a hunk of metal. I input the battery into the elevator and it goes up to the platform. I grab the key fob and open the door to the small room. Inside, there's a switch, so I flip it, and you might think that nothing happened. Because it looks like nothing fucking happened. I don't know what else to tell you. But in all reality, in this big ass room, there's actually another door that was locked, and flipping this switch just unlocked it. So we walk over to the door, and we're greeted to an enormous fucking foot in my face. I give it a quick sniff for pleasure, and watch as the antagonist of this game walks out of the door, Muzi himself. Now, you might think that we're about to get chased by him, but you'd be completely wrong like usual. Behind you, for some reason, a smaller, goofy-ass looking Muzi starts chasing you. All you need to do is run out of the room and flip the lever to open a gate, revealing a bunch more little Muzis peering at you through the giant gates, probably touching the...
The shameless self-promo. On his own channel.
Dropped out of college and got a job as a bike courier. Mostly just to piss off my parents. I was someone you'd never notice. Just a guy delivering packages to folks you'd never know. And then one day, a package found me. Thousands died. 5 square blocks, smashed into rubble. And at the center was me. Alive, but changed. But no one could have seen what was coming. Back then, Empire City was in quarantine. It had gone to hell. Other people with power started showing up, and it was my job to sort through it all. Find out who had given me that package, and why. Hell, even my best friend turned his back on me to try to get powers of his own. But in the end, I found the man responsible. Kessler. He explained everything through a vision of the future. A beast is coming. A monster only I can defeat, provided that I am strong and ready to face him. A month later, I met Lucy Quo. She somehow knew all about the beast. In fact, she had come to help me prepare. Claimed her friend Dr. Wolf had worked on the Ray Sphere prototype, and that he could amplify my powers. All I had to do was go with her down to New Marais. I need those powers. The beast is coming, and I will be ready.
Man, I tell you, Cole, that Agent Quo, she doesn't mess around, huh? First boat out of town? Chick's got some connections.
This is gonna be a short-term visit, man. We're just gonna get in, I'm gonna get some new powers, and then we're gonna come right back.
Come on, man, you deserve to relax. We're going to New Marais.
Hey, I need to be back here and ready when it shows up, Zeke.
Trust me, Cole, you will be ready when you're done working with Dr. Wolf.
Work? Easy, Quo. When we get there, we're gonna be about the 3 B's. That's beer, boobs, and mechanical bulls.
Gentlemen, I don't think that you understand the scope of what is going on here. What is going on? McGrath, we had a deal? This boat is leaving.
Relax. I got time for this. Right here, man.
Cole? Get up, man!
Beast. Kessler told me about you. I'm not gonna let it happen.
Shot, man! Now get back to the boat. Pier's breaking up.
Nice work, McGrath. That was impressive.
Woo! Come on, man, jump!
The beast had drained me, broken my powers. It felt like the end. I almost wish it was. The beast had just put itself back together. And now Empire City is dead. Our ship ran for it, fleeing south to New Marais. People kept their distance, whether from respect or fear. I don't know. Either way, I was alone. Others kept busy, acting out their routines as if it would make the world right again. But I knew better. I had been given powers to defeat the beast. I was strong, I was ready, I had fought it with everything I had. And it wasn't enough. That needed to change. The next day I went to work. I helped Zeke create a device to focus my powers. Hell, he'd do anything to be friends like we used to be. Agent Quo gathered intelligence on the beast. Town after town was lost as it traveled down the coast. She also used her contacts to requisition a smaller boat. New Moray was in lockdown. Wouldn't let anyone in. We were gonna have to sneak in through the swamp. I don't know if you've ever let someone down, got your ass kicked, or straight up failed. But those are the moments that define us. They push you further than you've ever thought possible and force you to make choices. No matter what the cost.
Hello, Cole. You know, when you go to talk to Wolf, everything is going to become completely... Zeke! Zeke, cut the engines!
What's up?
Militia blockade. We get any close and their artillery will sink us.
I guess it's time I go introduce myself.
Wait up, man. Here she is.
And you're sure it's ready?
I hope so. Give her a try. Oh, I'll be damned.
Wow.
Cool.
What is that thing?
I call it the amp.
Good work, Zeke.
Thanks, brother. Go have some fun.
This is gonna make a hell of an impression. Hey, Quo. Does the NSA even know what you're up to with me?
I took a leave of absence.
Why's that? I mean... You seem pretty by the numbers.
The NSA plans to deal with the beast by deploying the military. Wolf has a better plan. You. He invented Ray Spear technology. You want enough power to defeat the beast? He is your man.
Trespasser! He's a freak! Kill him! Kill him!
Hey, Zeke. Sam's gonna work out just fine.
All right. Hey, put a couple of notches on it for me, man.
Expect more resistance. The militia controls everything going in or out of New Moray.
God, how could they let a bunch of hick fascists take over their city?
People do strange things when they're afraid.
You shouldn't have come here, freak!
Hey, man, you okay? Sounded rough.
I'm fine. Electricity? Oh, he'll right up. Nice.
Cole, looks like you could lower that bridge if you give it some power.
Beats swimming.
Just don't overcharge it. A fire could blow up the entire village.
Yeah, it could. I could take all these guys out at once.
Oh yeah, and the women and the children and the pets.
Keep it up!
That did. Cole, thank you for showing some restraint.
You know, healing these folks will help win them over.
Woo, this guy can do a show in Vegas. I can't take the pain. Bertrand's gonna hear about this.
Cole, move! Move!
The mortar's out of commission, but I bet there's more militia hiding out up ahead.
Okay, let us know when it's clear.
Friends, let's put something to rest right now. I created the militia. Not for me, but for you. For your
All right,
protection.
now
You've had to make sacrifices in recent weeks. You've had to give up certain liberties. to bring you out.
that he was capable of making decisions. That he was one.
Okay, guys, clear to dock.
Nice. We will come to you and then head up for Wolf's lab.
Militia sure has changed this town. Ain't nothing like it used to be. Ah, remember?
Yeah, I remember New Marais. Came here 4 years ago while learning how to climb. After the flood, half the buildings were abandoned. It was a haven for urban exploration. Hell, even Zeke manned up and gave it a try. Oh, it was great. See, in any other city you start to climb, you got maybe 10 minutes before the cops show up. But here, well, police had their hands full with other things. Place was lawless. It was raunchy, and except for the hangovers, it was goddamn heaven. But not anymore. Now these redneck assholes strut up and down the street, eyeballing everybody, looking for deviants to punish. Tension's thick. People here, they're ready to explode. Somewhere in this gorgeous corpse of a town is the key to amping up my powers. These pricks, they're gonna try to get in my way, try to kill me to keep their town pure. I say bring it.
Zeke, you moved that boat at the first sign of trouble.
Aye, super spy.
You expecting a little action?
Alicia's gonna be on guard after that stunt you pulled in the swamp.
I know I'd be pissed.
Why didn't you blow up those oil tanks in that camp? Would have made getting through a lot easier.
Hey, I'm about to start torturing families just to make my life a little easier.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear. You made the right choice. I'm impressed. You acted like a professional. Let's go find Wolf. Hey, Dr. Wolf, I'm back in town. I have McGrath.
Good, very good. Unfortunately, I have a bit of bad news.
What? Are you all right?
Yes, but the militia searched my lab this morning and discovered the blast core I'd been hiding.
Okay, stay in your lab. We'll swing by the West Lookout and see if we can get it back.
Damn!
Hit him with the grenade!
That's right, sucker.
I got a problem.
Huh. Do you have it turned away? Nice. The West Lookout's just up ahead.
I love this town.
Let's go.
militia are back. They're trying to force the door to my lab.
Listen, Wolf, I'm on my way. McGrath, you're on your own. The blast core glows purple. You cannot miss it.
I'll find it. Go help Wolf.
I know Wolf's in trouble, but you got time for this, right?
Just lay still.
Whoa, Wolf. Pretty sure I found it. Still at the lab?
McGrath, the shard's there. Oh, God.
Oh!
I'm on my way.
My God. You look just the same.
Same as who?
Kessler. The man who gave you your powers.
I know who Kessler is.
At the beginning, we were friends. He told me all about his plans for you. And the beast.
Well, then you know I failed. I couldn't stop it. Empire City is gone.
Yes, and it won't stop it. Unless you expand your abilities. Become powerful enough to use this.
Another ray sphere.
No. Ray field inhibitor. I call it the RFI. Think of it as an anti-ray sphere.
So instead of giving powers, it takes them away.
Precisely. With that device, you can combat the beast. Subtract his abilities. Keep it safe.
Yeah. What about this?
Ah, blast cores. They power the RFI. They're batteries for the same energy that fuels all genetic mutation. Pass a current through it, and its energy will release into the nearest conduit.
Whoa, so this is gonna make me stronger.
Oh, Lord, yes, and that's just the first. Together we will defeat the beast.
Oh, enough of the pep talk, Wolf. Let's do this.
Yeah, that's right! Run, bitches!
What happened?
Militia came back. Starting to haul you guys away. Quo's still off chasing the fellas with Wolf. So, what happened? That old guy slip you a roofie?
No. No, I actually think I might have a new power.
Really? Come on, let's see what you got. Strut your stuff, Peacock.
Yeah, that works.
Heads up, brother. Just spotted some cops poking around. With all the ruckus you've been causing, they might be looking for you. But think hard before you jump these guys. We need to make allies, not lose them.
You'll be fine.
I'm tracking the guys who took Wolf, but it's gonna take a while. In the meantime, Cole, I think you should salvage some of the fallout from Wolf's lab. We want to get to it before the militia. I spotted one of Wolf's carrier pigeons up near the top of the clock tower. I need you to get it.
Sure. But, why?
Well, when Wolf was undercover with the First Sons, he used messenger birds to smuggle reports to his NSA contact, which was me.
So, he's not like your significantly older boyfriend or something like that?
I think the term that you're looking for here is father figure.
Hey, it's cool. I'm not gonna judge you.
There's no need to kill it. You got any stun-type powers?
Gotcha!
Hey, man, you climbed all the way up there. Might as well come down with style.
Good. Now, there should be a thumb drive attached to the collar. Plug it into your phone. I've already sent you the encryption key.
Agent Quo, I feel quite confident that only you will be able to decode these messages, and that they'll prove to be invaluable evidence in your case against the First Sons. The world needs to learn about what's happened. Efforts must begin immediately to repair the damage done by the Ray Sphere. Damage for which I am ultimately to blame. Share these recordings with your contact in Empire City. Time is short.
It's a good start. I saw a whole flock of those birds escape from Wolf's lab after it blew.
Alright, I'll keep my eyes open.
Yeah. Oh, while you're at it, I spotted some Rheosite fragments near the tower.
Ray, what?
You know, the chunks of Earth irradiated during Ray Sphere testing? Wolf seemed to think that you would know what to do with them.
Oh, right. Yeah, we called them blast shards.
What the hell just happened, Cole?
My body absorbs their energy. A couple more blast shards and I'll be ready to store more power.
Well, those things could be anywhere. Wolf's collection went sky high when the lab blew.
It's alright, I'll find him. Hey, listen, in that recording, Wolf mentioned you had a contact up at Empire City.
You knew him. Actually, his name was John White.
No way.
The NSA had a vague idea of what conduits were. They scanned every single field agent, and both John and I had the gene. We were logical choices to infiltrate the First Son, so he was assigned to Empire City, and I got New Marais. We worked together to maintain our covers.
What did John tell you about me?
After the blast, his reports got a little sketchy. It all got kind of hard to believe. Of course, now that I've seen you and the Beast...
Yeah. Well, it's taking a turn for the strange, all right.
Hey, remember back when we came here the first time? And I got involved with, some unsavory characters.
Yeah, a little penicillin, it all cleared up.
Well, now it's your turn. A couple of them still have my number. They're looking for some help from the Electric Man.
Oh, God.
I guess you're famous, pal. Even in the ass end of the South.
Hold still, right?
Audio surveillance X04. Leading with NSA agents John White and Lucy Quo.
Are you there, John?
Go ahead.
Now that you've infiltrated the First Sons in Empire City, it's time I introduce you to my contact here in New John White, he's from Chris
That's a secret asset you've been protecting? Hell, he's responsible for half the stuff we're going to investigate. It's all right.
Wolf's risking his life to help us.
We're all at risk. The NSA selected both of you for this assignment because you carry the conduit gene. It made you highly desirable to the First Sons, but that doesn't give you carte blanche. They watch their new initiates very, very closely. They'll have no qualms about killing you.
A week ago, the most catastrophic incident on American soil occurred in downtown Empire City. What began as a series of alleged explosions soon escalated into citywide devastation in what is now being called the Empire Event. Today, Empire City lies in ruins. No official numbers have been released, but the latest estimates put the death toll in the millions. The nation mourns, and we are all left craving answers. What caused this sudden destruction? Is the United States under attack? NSA Director Houston is leading an official investigation into the Empire Event that says their findings so far have been inconclusive. As a precaution, the nation's armed forces have been placed on high alert, and thousands of troops have been recalled from overseas to respond to the crisis. Whether the threat comes from terrorist extremists or some new kind of natural phenomenon, one thing is clear. The threat is ongoing and continues to move southward along the East Coast, leaving a path of devastation wherever it goes.
Hey man, word is out. I got contacted by a cop and a junkie.
Wow, that's quite a fan base.
These people take you seriously, man. Helping them out will send a message. Look, New Marais is a fresh start for us. Clean slate.
Okay, all right.
Hey, these people pay attention. Especially when you got lightning coming out of your hands.
Karma's a bitch. I get it.
What you gonna do?
I'm gonna send a message.
The militia gang's shooting up people they think are deviants at the nearby mansion. If you're a good man, like they say, you'll stop the militia and heal the wounded.
You'll be okay.
Just mine. Off, David. Let's see if you can fly.
Those officers are taking fire. Give them support. Then capture one of the militia for questioning.
Damn, man. You hear that hippie-ass bucket drummer? Oh, I hate that crap. Do everyone a favor and put the fear of God into any street performer you find.
I didn't know you hated the arts, pal.
I just don't like being forced to listen to their music. Seriously, who does?
I keep hearing your name around town, Cole. It's gonna be impossible to be anonymous much longer. People will start asking for help everywhere you go.
Okay, well then let's hurry up and find Wolf.
I'm still on it. In the meantime, I think you should try flexing your powers a bit. Head for these coordinates.
Someone thinks they're invincible.
Hold on. Don't worry.
Excellent job.
Think I got a problem.
See that? Oh, now you were passing this.
had speculated that absorbing blast cores might expose some of your dormant powers.
All right, how do I... I activate them.
I think the key is to stress your body by using your powers in different ways.
So I just mix it up while I'm frying the militia? That's it?
Try it out. I spotted a squad hold up near your position.
Militia have found themselves some more deviants. If you don't do something, those folks are gonna be target practice.
Somebody get me out of here.
We're gonna turn this place around.
Yeah. Feels about right.
Not too shabby, brother. Gonna miss your other lightning, though. Had a classic feel to it.
Switching back, easy.
it stands to reason that your other powers should be able to grow in similar ways.
All right, this is great, Quo. I'll monkey around a bit, see what I can come up with.
Well, I'm glad you're making progress, Cole, because I'm not. I lost the trail on Wolf, and the clock is ticking. Once the militia get what they want out of him, he is as good as dead.
We ain't gonna take down the beast without that guy. He's the whole reason we're here.
Calm down. If we can get Bertrand to talk, he'll know where Wolf is.
Who?
Joseph Bertrand, the leader of the militia. He's an elusive guy most of the time, but tonight he's giving a speech in front of St. Ignatius.
Don't think we got a choice. We need to grab that fella after his speech and find out where he's hiding Wolf.
Okay, time to meet Mr. Bertrand.
Audio surveillance of Joseph Bertrand, file A435.
That new facility you folks are building below the carriage house, it's overwhelming. Hats off to you, Doctor.
Our technology is 100 years ahead of the rest of the world.
Don't be so modest. When I joined the First Sons, they told me that they had technology 100 years ahead. Now, that sounds conservative. When I saw that place, I thought I'd been abducted by a UFO.
Sorry for the confusion.
They were just caves before. I knew them well. Played in them as a child. They were part of the Underground Railroad, smuggling escaped slaves out of town. Then it was Prohibition. Whiskey instead of slaves. Now we're smuggling in the future.
Zeke, I'm in position for the rally, but I'm gonna stay out of sight until Bertrand takes the stage. I'll meet you inside.
Low profile. Got it.
Tonight, we face the gravest threat that this fair city has ever seen. The devil walks among us. Cole McGrath, the Electric Man, is here in New Marais. I know.
Yeah! Go Bertrand!
What'd I miss?
Basically, Bertrand's been telling everyone that, you're the devil.
Oh, nice.
Our forefathers led and died in defense of this city. And history called upon them to stand against the enemy. Did they cower? No! They fought to the last man.
Let's get the hell out of here. Figure something else out.
Whoa. Hey, we gotta do this now, man. Otherwise, he's gonna kill Wolf.
You don't have to stay here, Zeke.
Hey, man. I ain't going nowhere.
My men, these fine young men, are the guardians of this city. And they are all that stands between you and the freaks. And as God is my witness, we shall hunt them down and destroy them all. Up there, freaks! Know what to do.
Out of my way.
Devil's coming through!
Brad's attacking the monster.
Hey, man! Bertrand's heading for his limo. You can still catch him.
Another time, McGrath.
I can't keep up with him on foot. I'm gonna need to get to some higher ground. I'm losing him!
Another time, McGrath.
I can't keep up with him on foot. I'm gonna need to get to some higher ground. I'm losing him! I'm losing him! I'm losing him! Oh, come on. I'm losing him.
About time you and I have a chat.
I got nothing to say to you. Freak.
Cut the crap. You're gonna take me to Wolf. Now.
Wait. If I were you, I'd be more worried about my head.
What the hell? This is your town, man! Yeah, huh? Hit me in the head again.
Damn, man. Quo never told us this town was overrun by a pack of inbred, shirtless crocodile freaks.
Oh man, I know. That's pretty cool, right?
Oh, completely. Totally makes up for the militia being here. And it even gets better. Man, I think I might have stumbled onto a lead to Wolf. Overheard some folks talking about a strange device they found down on Gaffney Street.
All right, cool. I'll give it a look.
Controller's dead.
Doctor!
We'd have monster food if you weren't around.
I'm not a freak, I swear. I'll do what you want.
That was good work. Excellent work, Cole.
Whoa, you are in a hurry.
You're becoming a hero to these people.
Can't believe the pain.
Wow. Just wow.
What is going on?
I'm so confused.
I found something stuck to a wall. Maybe it's nothing, but you can't be too careful in this town.
I think I just found another bomb.
Zeke. Looks like somebody's making bombs out of blast shards.
That's all the more for you to collect, right?
Please don't let me go out like that.
That's great.
Red wire, then blue wire?
Check it out, across the street. That blast shard's gonna be easy pickings.
There are plenty of other shards, Cole. You don't need to brutalize these people. Hey, Cole. You know what? I hit up all my old connections, but the closest I have come to finding Wolf is Bertrand's interrogator. Now, the guy's currently winning it really big at blackjack, but he should be visiting Wolf later on. I would tail him myself, but he just hit on me at the bar.
All right, send me the casino's location. I can follow this guy from the rooftops and he'll never see me. See if I don't look up.
Ah, good call.
Let's tear him up!
this looks important.
Elbow.
Good job, McGrath.
He ain't from around here.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm starting to slowly fall asleep, so we're gonna save it here. And we might play some before I go to work tomorrow. If not, we'll play Friday, because I'm only gonna be at work for 3 hours. Alright, chat. It was nice of y'all to hang out with me for 10 straight hours today. I appreciate all of those who swung by. And I heavily appreciate those who stayed. And with that, I bid you all adieu. Good night, good morning. It is currently 1:37, so technically good morning, but I ain't with the sleep, so good night.